All right, what's going on? Conscious Crew, it is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome back to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. Girl, we are here for part 2 of a discussion that unfolded as a result of my previous live about the Taraji, Monique, and Oprah Winfrey drama. All right, we're going to discontinue that conversation and get into all of the strange things concerning religion and its impact and its meaning and what we're to do with it, etc. I already dropped the link in the live chat for anyone who wants to pop up. Guess who, bitch? Enjoying the discussion, so feel free to hit it. While we're here, girl, go ahead and share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be MySpace, Your Space, YouTube, Community Wall, Instagram, Snapchat, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're out live and in color. Also, shout out to all of the new subbies. Please make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me welcome William and Shauna back. Hi, y'all.
Hey, y'all. Hey.
All right, we are back to get into this very interesting discussion about religion and its mythologies and whether they're literal or metaphorical. What is their purpose? The impact of religion on our perception of the world. Does it have its place? Hell, and going to hell, and the concept of hell was, I believe, where we had left off on. So I'm going to let William pick back up on the whole hell not being a literal place, or heaven for that matter, as far as he's concerned. And I think I asked you, Will, if that meant that you did not believe in an afterlife.
Yeah, so my answer to your question was no, I do not believe in an afterlife. I actually think that it is a state of being. If you go to the New Testament and you really dive into the teachings of Jesus, one of the things that Jesus was very clear about was that the kingdom of heaven was at hand. He didn't say it was up high in the sky somewhere. He said it was already here on earth. And if that's the case, and then we get to the end of all 4 of the gospels of the story where it talks about Jesus dying and rising again. I don't think that he literally rose again as the text portrays it to be. What I believe is that there is a metaphysical, it is metaphysical in the sense that he rose to the level of spiritual consciousness. Now, history does dictate or says that there was a little man named Jesus, but did he call himself God? And if you go according to the text, the answer would be, of course he called himself God. But according to the majority of scholars, there's no real way to answer that question without diving into the historical understanding of who Jesus was constructed to be, and those that were writing stories about his time. So, and also hell was never literally taught in the Bible. People would point to different scriptures to say that hell was taught in the Bible, but in actuality, hell was not taught in the Bible. It isn't until the 2nd and 3rd century and later on into the Middle Ages that we started to even get in semblance of a hell or heaven as rewards and punishment go.
Now you know, William, that in Acts chapter 1, verse 9 through 12, after Jesus' resurrection, that he ascended into heaven, and the disciples watched as this took place.
Yeah, that's all in the gospel, but that's only according to what the text. If you were taking it at a literal sense, but what do you think? Do you think from a literal perspective? Because this is where my background comes into, in terms of being a literalist and fundamentalist Christian. I took everything that this Bible word for word said and had no inkling that it could be metaphorical. It could be talking about something that are most of it is metaphorical. I had no inkling of any of those conversations because the people that I was around didn't teach me the metaphorical. I had to later on learn that yes, most of the stuff that is in terms of the text, in terms of the historical narrative, in terms of the biblical narrative, that most of it is metaphorical, and it isn't all literal. There's some stuff in there that you can teach as far as truth is concerned in telling the truth. But to believe that everything in this Bible happened according to the text, I was taught that yes, it did. And I'm later on finding out that no, it wasn't. So what do you think?
Well, that's an interesting question as it relates to what do I think. Hold on, we got some other folk coming up. Let me see here. Hold on, you guys. Bear with me. All right, who we got in the background? Oh, we got my nigga Tyrese. He done rubbed them feet. What's wrong, Tyrese? What happened?
I was in a great mood, and then
what?
Will kept rambling.
Oh
What?
my God! Shut up!
What?
Will, are your enemies gonna burn in hell or not? Damn it! Answer the question. Yes, yay or nay.
I actually answered that in our last live. No, I don't believe in the hell. I don't believe in the hell.
So what's going to happen to your enemies, to your op?
Ooh.
They're going to be separated from God. Doesn't mean that there is a reward. There's going to be a reward or a punishment. It just means that according to if God says I never knew you, there you go. I don't believe in a literal hell. I don't think that actually took place. And I don't think the Bible teaches it.
Oh, this is going to be good.
So what do you think happens to the essence, spirit, energy, however you want to describe it?
Okay, hold on. Before we get there, because I don't want us to jump around and get too messy with this, because Will just opened up a very interesting road opener, Tarus, about these stories, etc. And I want to show us something so that we can really have a good unpacking of these things, if you will.
All right.
But first, I want to answer this. I want to answer the question with this. What do I think about these stories? For one, and of course, I started off like every damn body else. Thank you for the I received the email, boo. I just got notified of it. I just came to because my friend is having a religious crisis. He's a pastor, prophet, etc., and he's been reevaluating his faith, and he has a totally different attitude toward the Christian religion than he did previously. And what I have also grown to accept is that, first and foremost, for me, religion is a belief system. I don't reference it necessarily and to prove anything or as an objective to anything. For me, it's just a reference like any other story or system or concoction of stories that just have philosophical use. It doesn't need to be literal for me in order for it to have value. So for me, I don't argue whether religion is real. I don't care whether Jesus was physical or was a historical figure. For me, those things are not really important because I have already grown to see the relevance of a lot of the wisdom that has come out of the Bible, or even the things that I'm inspired by regarding Christ's humanity that have real deep sentimental value for me. So unlike a lot of other believers, like, I don't try to make my belief a reality. I accept that it is my belief. This is a belief system. I choose to believe in Christianity. I have my own takeaways from Christianity. And I'm okay with it being left as that. Now, however, there are people who believe in the literalism, and I will argue that I'm sure there are things that are historical in the Bible. I will not take away the fact that this may be history in some part. I do know that it is a lot of things. It is, once again, it's philosophical, it's astral theological, it is metaphorical, it is a gift of many things. There are obviously debates over the existence of Christ. You will have some historians who will argue that there is historical evidence for Christ, that there is a historical Jesus. And then you will have other historians who argue that there really is no real evidence of Christ, that is all conjecture, etc. So you'll find various attitudes and perspectives on that. I think when it comes to anything that is faith-based, it's not something that someone else can answer for you. I think that you have to peel back the layers, reach deep down, do the work, seek to find the answers that are important to you, and then you ultimately decide for yourself what this is for you. I don't think that, and I think that that's almost by design. I think that the fact that there's just enough evidence to be like, but not enough evidence to be like, hell yeah, is actually intentional on behalf of the cosmos to encourage and activate the thing called faith. That is actually what this is supposed to be. And what I'm starting to understand is that the universe isn't interested in doing the work for us. That a part of this simulation, in my personal opinion, and this incarnation is self-discovery. If the universe incarnated as mankind just to come into here all-knowing, that would kind of defeat the purpose of the incarnation to begin with. It could have stayed where it was at if it was just going to do that. I think the universe enjoys the opportunity to have a curiosity about itself, which it gets to experience by way of humanity. That it enjoys the opportunity to even understand what confusion is, what not knowing feels like. That this is all a part of the pleasure and the attraction that the universe has to incarnating as human beings. Is all of this fluster, all of this, what the fuck is this questioning that gets to happen by way of this experience. I think that this is the pleasure of the universe. This is its pleasure and purpose through the creation and personification of these clay talisman known as Tyrus and William and the T Lounge and Shauna and CTV, that we are all the universe bobbing around creation, attempting to wake up to something, wake up to a reality. But more so than the awakening, it's the journey that is the most enjoyable part to the universe. It's the bobbing and bumping around, the figuring it out, the doing the equation, to have an equation to do. So for me, that's my perception. But as it relates to the Bible, let's talk about the literalism and those who believe that the Bible is for real, that it's as literal, that you can take it at face value, that there's no ifs, ands, or buts about the shit. Okay? Because currently, we have had this phenomenon that has struck the religious community, particularly Christianity, as it relates to the Euphrates River. I don't know if you guys know or not, but the Euphrates River is actually drying up. And that is a biblical prophecy regarding end times and end time manifestations. Let me pull up this short real quick and let you guys take a look and listen to this here for context.
Know that the Euphrates River holds a significant symbol that warns us about the approaching end? According to the Bible, during the final days, the mighty Euphrates River will dry up and serve as a sign. While it may not be completely dry at the moment, observing the river's condition before and after reveals something intriguing. Check this out. Have you ever wondered what this symbol represents? It is known as the Omega, or the end. Despite its significance, numerous individuals are unwilling to accept this truth. But did you know that the Euphrates River holds a significant symbol that warns us about the approaching end? According to the Bible, during the final days, the mighty Euphrates River will dry up and serve as a sign. While it may not be completely dry at the moment, observing the river's condition before and after reveals something intriguing. Check this out.
Okay, so they're saying that satellite images are showing that a drying up Euphrates is ironically that of the Alpha and or Omega symbol, which represents the end. Now, let me go over to Miss NubianMessage.com regarding this phenomenon that's happening. The Euphrates River is a major water source in Western Asia. This 1,740-mile long river flows through Syria. Is it Syria? Turkey and Iraq, and serves a population of about 60 million people. Unfortunately, this major water source is drying up due to climate change, causing a disastrous effect on the people who rely on it. Some believe that the river drying up is a prophecy being fulfilled from the Bible, specifically Revelations chapter 16, verse 12, which states, quote, "And the sixth angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, and the water thereof was dried up, that the way of the kings of the east might be prepared." This verse references the coming of God's rapture. However, there is also a scientific explanation for this phenomenon. The average annual flow of the river has decreased to half its original amount based on satellite images. The Euphrates River basin has lost 34 cubic miles of fresh water from 2003 to 2013, according to IFL Science. According to the Inventory of Shared Water Resources in Western Asia, states people rely on the Euphrates River for fresh drinking water, irrigation, hydroelectric power, and agricultural purposes. The river drying up has threatened the lives of everyday working class people. All right, so some believe that we have biblical prophecies that are still being fulfilled to this day, and it's the irony of this river beginning to dry up, representing this Omega Alpha symbol, etc. That is a product that we have entered into an era of, or we're entering into an era of great tribulation, as the Bible promises, before the great rapture and second coming of Christ, etc. Now, things get even more goddamn interesting, girl, because apparently archaeologists have also discovered the alleged cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. And I want you guys to listen to this because this is very, very fascinating, okay? This here is courtesy of Pints with Aquinas, Dr. Bergen, a doctor, okay, tells the story of meeting the men who discovered the historical city of Sodom and Gomorrah. Listen to this unpacking. Matter of fact, hold on, matter of fact, I think we're going to just do audio here, actually.
They stop the presentation and they open up for questions, and they describe these two city mounds that they had found on the Jordanian side of the Jordan River, and in this destruction layer and so on. And so I raised my hand immediately and I said, well, did you find any arrowheads? The reason I asked that, Matt, is when you have a destruction layer of an ancient city, if you find arrowheads in the destruction layer, it means that an army caused the destruction and they were shooting arrows at the defenders and blah, 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 blah. If you find a destruction layer and there aren't arrowheads, that means an army did not destroy the city, and then probably it was some kind of natural event, right? So I'm curious, like, what destroyed these two cities that you guys think are Sodom and Gomorrah? And so the researcher starts to get very bashful when I ask this question. He says, well, I didn't really want to go there, but all I want to say while we're recording this session is that it was a heat event. And there's like 20 other people in the room, and we're like looking at each other like, a heat event? Like, is that like a wardrobe malfunction? Like, what is a heat event? You know, like, okay. And then he stopped the recording, like the official session was over, you know, and so it was like off camera at this point. So all of us in the room, like, mobbed the guy at the front, like, okay, you know, tell us what's going on. And so this researcher, Stephen Collins, he's from a Southwestern university in the U.S. here. He says, "Okay, so we get down to this destruction layer of this city that we're beginning to think is Sodom, and we pulled up a piece of pottery, and when I looked on one side of it, I thought, oh no." Our research is ruined, because I saw that it was glazed, and glazing wasn't invented until the Ottoman period, or at least the kind of glazing that he thought he saw. And the Ottoman period is like 1000 AD. And if you're pulling that up, that means you've got contamination in your archaeological dig. You got like later artifacts down there. But then he turned the pottery over, and on the back of it, it was typical Bronze Age pottery, but it was glazed on one side and not on the other. Like, what on earth is going on? So make a long story short, he sends this away to a lab in the US and for testing, and they come back and say, well, that glazing is trinitite. Okay, great. What's trinitite? Well, trinitite is that glass layer that you get when you basically set off an atomic bomb in the desert, and it melts the glass, and you get a kind of crystalline formation that's called trinitite. So this pottery was raised to over 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit for a brief moment of time. Like, oh my gosh, this is what's going on. So they continue to bring up this glazed pottery, and eventually what they discover is, among other things, they also begin to find human remains. They find human skeletons that are complete up until about halfway up the backbone, and then there's just a scorch mark, and there's nothing on the top of the body. And they find the skeleton behind a wall that's about, 4 feet high. So what's going on here? Well, long story short, they find massive evidence that a huge heat blast from the sky at about 25 degrees above the horizon incinerated these twin cities on the Jordanian side of the river, just north of the Dead Sea. Yeah. And they have the artifacts to prove it.
And again, the reason it has to be from the sky?
What's that?
The reason it had to be from above
because of the angle. Like they have these human remains that apparently were standing upright behind a wall, and everything above the wall was incinerated, and they do like the angular calculations, and they can see, oh, that blast was coming like this, you know, so they can calculate the angle at which, and the stuff when they find the stuff in situ, and they've got a scorched side or a melted side, you know, again, they can triangulate where this was coming from. And so long story short, you know, from a natural material, you know, explanation, this looks like a meteor blast, you know.
That's what I was about to ask. What was the naturalistic explanation?
Yeah, you know, like in Tunguska, I think it was called Siberia back in the 1800s. There was this, you know, massive meteor blast that flattens, you know, several hundred square miles of taiga, of, you know, northern Russian forest and so on. And, you know, when a meteor comes into the atmosphere, you know, it heats up and then explodes, and it, you know, can be like an atomic blast. But again, the timing and the location and the cities all track with what is described of Abraham and Lot in Genesis 19 and the surrounding chapters. And then the Bible talks a lot about Sodom and Gomorrah for centuries thereafter, you know, all the way into the prophets like Isaiah and Jeremiah continue to mention Sodom and Gomorrah. This stuck in the cultural memory because this was a major world historical traumatic event for us, like the two towers going down, you know, like this major disaster where these two cities were entirely wiped out by a heat blast from the sky, you know, by the hand of God, as it were. But no historical source records this, even though Sodom and Gomorrah were arguably the two most powerful cities in that entire region. They were at a trade route, you know, from going from east to the west, from Egypt out to, you know, the Far East, and everything was passing through there. So very powerful, very wealthy cities. And only the biblical record, you know, has a historical account of this, you know, meteorological, geological event that we can now attest that tracks with the time period and the description. And also that blast going up, creates a great vacuum, which then recollapses and pulls all kinds of salt sediment from the Dead Sea, and then slams it on that location that was in the bullseye of, and that's where you get, you know, the discussion of, you know, became a pillar of salt and all the hellfire, the brimstone.
Now that fucking blew my face off, because I don't know about you guys, but, you know, growing up in the church and also sitting around with historians and mystics and shit and unpacking biblical stories my whole fucking life, this whole Lot's wife turning into a pillar of salt has always been a big mystery as to what it meant. Obviously, most translators kind of interpret that to have been maybe more metaphorical, etc. I've heard whole sermons, you know, from a metaphorical standpoint, but this explains a very literal translation of the pillar of salt, because as the doctor just said, according to the blast site itself, all the sediment that was shot out and then re-vacuumed and suctioned in splattered all of that settlement back on to the city and its people, ultimately after obliterating them and singeing them down to their damn bones, then covering them or mummifying them in the settlement. That is fucking wild. And once again, they're talking about physical locations where archaeologists and expeditionists have found these two incinerated ass cities that correlate to what the Bible describes as Sodom and Gomorrah, which we know were two cities that were destroyed by fire raining from the sky. Apparently, scientists believe that this was a meteorite event based upon the physical evidence extracted from this site, that the city was charged to 4,000 fucking degrees. It fucking crystallized pottery, etc. I mean, what do you guys think about? And this is this is why a lot of people believe the Bible is literal. And that's why I said earlier, I would never take away or say that the entire Bible is metaphorical. I have left room that some things in the Bible are indeed historical. But what are you guys' thoughts so far? Between the Euphrates River drying up in its correlation to the book Revelations, these are texts that are almost 3,000 years old that are talking about things today. What do you guys think about so-called archaeological finds that corroborate some of these biblical figures or some of these biblical events? Anybody can.
I think it's mighty fucking convenient that we're trying to use the Bible as a reference to try to say, oh well, see, the way that it happened here, based on science, it's happening. No, I just think it's fucking convenient that because we have found, and I'm putting it in quotation, found evidence of said biblical narrative about Sodom and Gomorrah, that it somehow translates, oh well, it's obviously the truth. No, that's just a cop-out to me.
Oh, that's bullshit, William. That's fucking bullshit.
It is.
Maybe.
It is.
Okay, hold on. Let me get this straight here. A story foretold that is then corroborated because the details line up is per se convenient rather than evidence for said story.
Everybody has been saying that they have found Sodom and Gomorrah for fucking years.
But when you're talking about everybody, we're talking about a specific and pretty modern discovery of the city that blows all of the other prior discoveries out of the park, because in this particular discovery, I mean, you have almost every aspect of the biblical story corroborated by the location, by the evidence, by the circumstance, etc. And you got to tell me that that's just out of convenience rather than just taken as the facts. What would scare you, William, about the story being factual in history, Sodom and Gomorrah? Because it seemed like there might be some fear behind accepting that, and maybe the unconscious fear is, if this shit is real, then oh my fucking god, how much more shit that I don't want to be true is and may in fact be true.
I refuse to accept it because, number one, half of these people that love to claim that the Bible is the absolute truth will go find looking for some sort of evidence that they think matches up with their already charged up belief about.
Okay, but wait, hold on. I don't want you to conflate two different. Hold on, because we got to be clear. Let's not talk about how many people. We're talking about a specific discovery by scientists, not religious Christian people looking for a Mother Mary and a cup of coffee in the morning, or people who seeing Jesus in clouds. I specifically pulled up these two instances so that we don't have to argue with a bunch of random religious freaks are out here trying to turn everything into a confirmation. Hold on, because everybody gonna get their chance. When we left off on the last conversation, we were talking about the reality of the scriptures. What are they? Are they a mixture of historical, metaphorical, etc.? I want us to be fair about also the literal part. And I don't think that acknowledging that the Bible also may in part be literal, not figurative, not metaphorical, is also not a reality, because you can still have all those things in once. Just because Sodom and Gomorrah may have been real cities, just because the Euphrates may be drying up, does not per se mean that every line of the Bible is in fact now true. It just means that there are correlations and discoveries that are corroborating certain things within the text. Now, we also know in reality, right, that truth oftentimes is oftentimes mixed up with a bunch of lies. The Bible can be no different. It details truths and historical facts, and there's a bunch of bullshit there, or a bunch of metaphorical shit there. I think that when it comes to religious debates, etc., that there's always this, it's got to be one over the other. I don't think that's a fair way to unpack any subject. It's by having one extreme mindset about anything. It's about being diligent about the truth finding, truth seeking, and being able to unpack things one layer, one scripture, one verse, one story at a time. I don't think we're doing ourselves a total service by just deciding that it's all got to be bullshit or it's all got to be true, because that's not the case really for hardly any one thing in reality. Donald Trump can do two great things to several arguably terrible things. That he could be capable of making decisions that benefit the country and decisions that sabotage the country at the same time. Like, I think that you can't have a balanced and informed view of the world by being extreme. Like, it should just be about seeking the truth and being able to unpack the truth accordingly. And if you can identify facts. If you can't identify facts, you can't identify facts. But what's really the point of deciding that all of the Bible is untrue? I want to know what scares people about that, what worries people about that, what upsets people about that, and what happens in the reality, as we see here, that the Bible is not all fictional. That it in fact isn't all fictional. That it's talking about historical places, it's talking about historical people, it's talking about historical events.
Where I'm concerned that, and this is where my concern is beginning in terms of the biblical narrative. And that is that although there can be archaeological evidence which supports what the Bible has said, where my concern is, though, is that even though this may be I think the guy's name is Eric, Dr. McTaxis or whatever his name is.
Who?
The guy that you just referenced that was just talking in the video. Is that his name?
No, his last name is Bergsma, Bergsman, Dr. Bergsman.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, from what I'm understanding, my worry is where it comes down to the why, and not necessarily that it's not necessarily that, yes, the evidence is there and it's accepted that somehow that the Sodom and Gomorrah got destroyed. Now, here's what I believe. I firmly believe that something happened to those two cities. I do believe that. I don't want to get into and this is where my worry is coming into, is Sodom and Gomorrah got destroyed because of homosexuality. That was my worry. And that's why I was kind of on the fence about it, because I was like, you have these same people that want to look for evidence as for a archaeological evidence for Sodom and Gomorrah, and then turn around and say, well, see, now that we have the evidence, now we can say that this is the reason that it was destroyed by God. It could have, that very well could be, the text very well could say that it was destroyed, but was it destroyed by a meteor? Was it destroyed by? Was it destroyed? What happened? In the Bible, we see and we know that it was apparently destroyed by hellfire, by whatever fire, whatever it was. I did not. What I took away from that was it was destroyed by some type of meteor, but we know that meteor crashes down to Earth all the time, right? We know that happens. So maybe this was a particular time that it did happen, and it did crash into the city. For me, I just don't know.
I think that's something else that oftentimes happens too, is we think that, and look, I'm not a it's funny for me to be this conversation because I'm not even a like person who like pushes for the Bible to be real or not, because like I said in the beginning, it's kind of irrelevant to me whether it's literal or allegorical. However, I think a lot of times what happens too when it comes to these biblical stories and unpacking their historical value or lack thereof is we conflate two different things. Because I even saw in the Euphrates situation some comments that were saying where there's a scientific explanation for the river drying up. Right, arguably, and rightfully so, because we also argued, or, I spoke about in part one of this discussion that God does not bend its own laws. Therefore, even when God is at work, it's working through the natural world. So just because there can be a natural explanation doesn't mean it was not by divine causation. Both of those things can actually be mutually exclusive.
Here's the thing about the universe and the universe at large and the cosmos in general. It doesn't need permission from us. It does whatever the fuck it wants to do. It does not need any permission. And this earth was not once this earth. It was once just like the rest of it. It was a star. It formed into a planet. So that tells me right then and there that a meteor could come down and wipe out the earth completely, and there would be no life here. I mean, the universe does not need to give an explanation for any fucking thing that it does not want to do. That doesn't necessarily mean that God is somehow in it. If we take our human machinations out of it and explore the universe for what it is what the fuck it is. It doesn't need our imagination to explain shit. It's just what it is. And we're sitting here trying to figure shit out. And that's my big problem.
We like mysteries, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, we do. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't. We should indulge in our mystery. We should indulge in being explored. But where the universe begins and where religion ends, that's where I'm trying to find the fine line at. Is because we have science, but we have religion too. Is there any way could we live with both of them? Could we live with both the science or religion? For me, I would rather trust the science more so than I would the religion part of it, because science can provide the explanation that the text of the Bible will probably not be able to explain to me, because it's so confusing. And most of the Bible is written over centuries, over a period of time by different writers with different audiences, conveying a different message. So where does the science of our time begin and the religion of the Bible's time stop?
Okay. Conscious, you asked two questions.
Mm-hmm.
You asked, with the Euphrates River, could it possibly be a sign of the end times? And with regards to, I guess, the Bible and some of the historic events, is it, out of the realm of possibility for it to be related to truth? And the answer is, conscious, respectfully, William, definitely respectfully, even as a non-believer like me, that answer was, well, we got that question answered decades ago. The answer is yes. How many times do we have to be reminded that these people lived in the time where that meteor strike was way more recent to them than it is to us? Right? And then since they didn't have sort of the technology that we have today, a lot of that thing was from a religious perspective. But we absolutely have things that lined up with the time period of these prophets and when they written the scripture. I mean, that's undisputable, right? And so the fact that a meteor strike is mentioned in the Bible in an old area where, let's be clear, do humans not make our civilizations around water, specifically fresh water, our largest civilizations? That's a slam dunk archaeological wise. We knew that, unfortunately, due to climate change, the Euphrates River, by the way, this is not the first time it's dried up. That actually answers the first question with regards to the prophecy, conscious. It's really more depressing than that. That's good old human shit, because it's not just climate change, human or not. It's the fact that countries like Turkey has built dams specifically to restrict the flow of water to places in Syria that's already dealing with the civil war crisis. So it's literally state-funded terrorism, because they're cutting off the water supply in order to run these people out of the area. Like, you can't get more hellish than that. As somebody who's deployed to Iraq twice, that's hell. That's the closest thing to hell anybody will ever get. And it seems like the cradle of life, the Middle East, is just fucking cursed.
So where do you...
Hold on for a minute. I'll go, William. Hold on for a minute, because I gotta get the T Lounge and some other people up in here too. Just a whole that thought super quick. The T Lounge, I know you was trying to say something earlier too.
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought your comment was a period, but I agree wholeheartedly with actually what everyone's saying on here, and in order to kind of like galvanize all of the thoughts, right? I think that it's as simple as, yes, something happened. The meteor strike happened. It happened in that area. Due to that, this is what happened to the bodies, right? And then, just like humans do, you see something and you try to define it. You try to create the story. You try to give the backstory to it. And then we have now this story in the Bible that people try to use to oppress people. You understand? But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what God did. You understand what I'm saying? It didn't have to necessarily go with those, so-called abominations and all that other stuff. It could have just been them trying to, like, it's like, you walk past, like, you're on the street, you walk past and you see a piece of weave, a key and a shoe, and you try to tell a story of what you just saw. You know what I mean? You could come up with a myriad of things, and it could feel like, in my gut, I know that a woman was attacked here, and that may not be the case. You know what I mean? So that's, to explain that, as far as like, the Euphrates River and everything like that. Yes, it could very well be a sign of the end times. A lot of what was said could have been prophetic, but is it literal? Does it mean that Jesus is going to crack the sky and a big old white foot is going to come and start walking around on the earth? No, not necessarily. Maybe it's a consciousness that comes back to us. Maybe it's a revisit to a way of life once upon a time. It doesn't necessarily mean that the end doesn't have to necessarily mean that, everything's going to blow up and then all of a sudden, we're all beam me up Scotty either. It could just be, oftentimes, like, for instance, when I would do the tarot, right, I would see something. What symbols and what I would see was not necessarily how it came out. You understand? When people would come to me, or when I would see it in my own life, it would be like, oh, that's what I meant by this. You know what I mean? Oh, that's what that was about. You know, and it looked similar, but it wasn't exactly how I was putting it out when I was given the reading. You understand? So I don't know if we should take it necessarily literal. Yes.
Well, I want to.
Yeah.
So I get that too, and I think that obviously, like, that's the case as well. Like, man is trying to explain things from their perspective, but that's also a very subjective thing, right? Because, like, who's doing the explaining? Because maybe who's doing the explaining is completely outside of the reason. Like, for instance, we ain't citizens of Sodom and Gomorrah. We did not exist when it was blown to smithereens. So we're looking from the outside in at this event, and then there are narratives about this event. I do consider, if, like, the fact that I know I don't have the authority to say what caused this event. I wasn't a part of it. I was not there. For all I know, this was a curse, or this was some extraterrestrial event, or this was some supernatural event that utilized natural laws. For instance, right? I'm an occultist. I've put spells and curses on people. Let's say that I curse the bitch to be struck by lightning. And then a month and a half later, the bitch decides to utilize an umbrella, go out into, you know, what is a rainy day. And then it just so happens to be thundering and lightning as well. And that bitch gets zapped and singed to death by way of a lightning strike to that damn umbrella. Now, some naturalists who doesn't believe in witchcraft and doesn't believe in metaphysics and doesn't believe in spells and curses is going to say, hey, bitch, your imaginary ass Harry Potter powers do not exist. They were struck by way of, you know, real life lightning, and they're going to go down the physical attributes of the metal and the electricity and all this, and that's a perfect naturalist explanation. Okay, fine. That still does not take away the fact that this also could have manifested because of my intention and because of my curse. Both of those things can exist in the same breath. My curse does not imply that natural law is not going to be at work. It's only supernatural because I willed it to happen. Now, the way in which the universe accomplished bringing that into a reality was by way of orchestrating the necessary scenarios in order for a bitch to end up as a pillar of salt when it was all said and done.
Correct. However, what I'm saying, I get what you're saying. I understood it 1,000%, right? What I'm saying is, who's to say? Yes, like we see it all the time. People get karma. You understand what I'm saying? And they'll get it through another individual. They'll get it through some freak accident, all sorts of things, right? However, who's to say in this particular case, right? It could have just been simple as, you know, they was acting a fool and they got theirs, granted. But they got very specific. And that's when it gets a little bit like, come on now.
But that's going to be based upon, right, who's being specific, and how do we know who is providing this explanation isn't providing the actual explanation.
But then
we also don't know that this isn't the explanation for why it happened. We can only explain what happened, but we can't explain why it happened to a degree.
Well, that's the thing, Conscious, and that's what I was going to ask you and T. Here's the issue: when you're mass media and you're reporting on the Euphrates River, what's easier to digest for the people and to keep the funding flowing for archaeologists? Hey, there's some biblical revelations and correlations between this river drying up and the end times. or hey, Turkey, a NATO member and U.S. ally, is building dams and purposely restricting water from Syrians, causing a refugee crisis.
I think I got you, Terry. I got you.
So
hold on.
Unfortunately, a lot of the times that goes to Conscious point about, okay, who's narrating this? Because we have to remember this archaeological find. I want to be clear. I like this kind of stuff. What sucks is that this archaeological find at the Euphrates River came for all the wrong reasons. It came from freaking a civil war and a refugee crisis and using environmental terrorism to just cause a genocide. That shit sucks. But it's a cool archaeological find.
So I wanna make two things about the Euphrates River. The thing about the Book of Revelation is that when that book was written, that book was written to a specific audience at a specific time during the latter part of the last part, during the early part of the first century. So we're taking something that is supposed to be a part of the apocalypticism, which is what Jesus' entire ministry was all about, which is what Paul's ministry was all about, which is what we get in the Book of Revelation. Is this apocalypse, the study, the idea that the world is going to end and we're going to take out all of the bad guys out of the world, and we're going to remake the world into the image that God has always wanted us to be in. That part of it, it would make sense that this is what the people at the time hearing these particular stories would be like, okay, yeah, that's true. But for me, you have to give these particular stories time to manifest itself. And that's what happened with a lot of these different stories that are in the Bible, is that time began to catch up and time began to tell the story. Not in the way that the original authors might have intended, but in the way that we intended those stories to be told. So by the end of the 2nd and 3rd and 4th century and into the Middle Ages and all the way up to now.
But the Euphrates wasn't drying up during the times of John.
But in the Book of Revelation, it prophesied. See, this is the thing about prophecy. And this is why I prefer people to understand what a prophecy is. A prophecy is not
a lot of these books didn't even become popular until after these men came and gone at that.
Yeah. So here's the thing about prophecy. Prophecy is not about predicting the future. A prophecy is a word of God that is happening during the here and the now. So whatever is going on here and now, the prophecy is that. What we as a people have done is use
William?
prophecy. Yeah.
According to Oxford, prophecy is a prediction.
Oxford can say what the fuck it wants. I'm telling you what the real deal is. Prophecy is not a prediction. It's not a prediction
the
of a
meteor
future.
strike is just a really cool reference point to actually line up. Like, I think it's cool that we actually have an explanation for why this particular site exists, or at least a working theory to go off and get and walk this path. Am I the only one who thinks this is cool? Like, dang.
Oh, you're not alone.
No, I'm completely, look, like I said, I don't even do the Bible like that, but it completely, I think it's completely thrilling that there are discoveries for these things that a lot of our faiths probably did struggle to accept as literal, especially once we became mature adults who, required a bit more fact facts to back up certain outlandish claims. And so the thought that some of these outlandish biblical stories are actually historical fucking events is as outrageous as the fables that our analytical minds thought they were. To know that they're not fables is wild as fuck.
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know. I genuinely don't know if these stories are if
you're not going to even allow them to be anything, because you have already told an entire archaeological find that corroborates the Bible's documentation of these stories. That's not even enough. So what would you need to believe it then? It did have found two cities at the same place at the same time, destroyed the same way, found the bodies, they got the pottery, they got everything there is. What if that's not enough to convince you? What exactly does proof look like to you then? Is my question. What does proof for William look like?
Here's the thing: it's not a matter of truth. Again, these are stories that are passed down.
Truth isn't truth. All right, man.
I mean, I'm not Rudy Giuliani. I'm just saying these are just stories. So to conveniently pop up.
What you mean convenient? The story is happening before you were even born. Like, these are historical events that were even before your time. They're not just stories. If they're being legitimized, these are now historical events, just as historical as September 11th, as the slave trade, as any other notable documented event in history.
Where I'm concerned that is not okay. Like I said, whether or not these stories actually happen, I don't know. Quite frankly, that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is the narrative.
Mm-hmm. And what bothers you about the narrative?
Well, you know, there's always some doomsday people. Will, come on, dog.
You know. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. So I gotta, because let's just get to the bottom line here. Do you believe that God intervenes for better and or for worse in human history?
To be frank with you, I don't think God actually intervened. I think that these were human experiences that were written down to say.
Okay, so then that I wanted to ask that, because that then will explain everything else that you say as it relates to these things like Sodom and Gomorrah and Euphrates, which is why I just wanted to ask the bottom line question, because now that I know that, then that makes sense why you are struggling to accept these things as they are.
I don't think God.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, T-Lines. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. When it comes to Sodom and Gomorrah, okay, what we know based on what we just heard here on this platform, right, is that yes, Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed by fire and brimstone. Okay, however, it's still debated right now whether the reason why it was destroyed for the wickedness was due to homosexual acts or being not being hospitable. Like, that is a debate that theologians have. So right now, all we have is that this is how the cities were destroyed. To take that knowing and then try to say that what was said is actual factual is where I think William is having the
oh yeah, I totally get that. And that's also why I said earlier that, you know, that this goes all the way back to what I said. I said this for me is why I take religion as it's a faith base, because you ultimately have to come to your own conclusions. Like, you have to trust who's telling the story or not trust who's telling the story. You have to trust whoever claims to have the explanation that God told me. God said to me he was going to burn Sodom and Gomorrah, that he was going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah in 7 days, like the long-haired bitch from The Ring, that he was going to come back and, you know, rip it all up, you know, like whether you believe that or not. And I guess this is also reflected in the stories themselves, because you had the people that Sodom warned. They were given the opportunity to repent, and there were people who didn't believe that shit. They thought it was all cap, just like the people in the case of the Noah's Ark and the Great Flood, who were also given the opportunity to repent, and they called all cap on Moses as well. Like, this sounds ridiculous. We don't even know what the fuck rain is. We've never even seen water fall down from the skies. And so human doubt and speculation is, I think, for me, what makes belief so very interesting and actually fun. I know a lot of people hate that there's so much room to speculate in religion because a lot of people want it to be objectively true. But I think that's where all the fucking fun is for me. I love being able to just decide for myself what I feel psychically about these things, what the evidence either says or doesn't say about these things, and, you know, just being able to have a face off. But I do think it's a personal face off. I don't think there is one way to relate to these stories. However, I will say that I understand people like William and everybody else who would question the why. Okay, we can accept that this historically happened. We can accept that God put Sodom and Gomorrah inside of a damn fireplace and turned that bitch up on the highest goddamn setting. But did God do that? Was it just that Sodom and Gomorrah was created in the wrong place at the wrong time? Just like a slew or row of beach houses, you know, on the shores of an ocean, or a beach that, you know, is destroyed by a tsunami, or a community built at the base of a volcano that, you know, eventually erupts. You know, is it the wrath of God? Is it divine intervention? Or is it just wrong place, wrong time? That's definitely going to be left to each person to decide.
And if y'all, and so,
but hold on, but I just want to say this. But if one has the right to decide that it's not God, don't people have the right to decide that it is God then? Because the people have the right to say, I believe that God did that. That was the hand of God. I take the author or the witness testimony to be factual.
And you know what? That would be okay. If that's your personal belief system, that's your personal belief system. The issue for me is that when you start to materialize that as if it is the mainstream view, as if everybody believes like you do. And so that's my issue with today's version of Christianity, is that it doesn't allow for room in those circles for individuals to actually say, well, maybe there's another explanation. Maybe there's another reason for why this thing may have happened.
Now, if you told me, I'm sorry.
The majority of Christians believe that way, bro. The majority of Christians. I mean, do you not recognize how many of the greatest scientists in the world were Christians? You know what I mean? Like the relationship between religion and science.
What does that have to do with their job? Just because they have a personal belief system, that doesn't necessarily mean that it informs their job. Their job is to educate. Their job is to actually find the evidence, not to communicate what their belief system is.
Right, but they're going to end up having to anyway, because everybody's going to want to know the credentials of the people who made the discovery. I mean,
and that's fine. My issue is that, as I just said, my issue is that the mainstream view of Christianity of today, of modern Christians, is that this has always been the case. It doesn't leave any room for people like me to come in and say, well, could there be another explanation for this? So when I get into those circles, which I have to stop getting into those circles about in the last 6 months because I wasn't getting through. So I was like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to keep my thoughts to myself and hope for the best because nobody is listening. So I take very seriously what the Bible says. I don't, in terms of it being a reference to my life. I don't, however, use it as a way to oppress people. I don't use it as a tool. I don't use it as a fear-mongering book. I don't use it as any of that. I take human experience as the justification for everything that these people have written about in their personal lives. That is what I believe.
I also had wanted to say that because somebody had said earlier about the cremate that maybe the bodies were cremated, and I wanted to say no, like when you get into the details of the event, they found these bodies like still like crystallized in place, which is why the doctor or the archaeologist was talking about them finding bodies that were hidden behind the walls, people who were on their knees, that this was an unexpected event that actually caught people off guard, and they found people actually like blocking themselves from the blast. They found people crystallized in these postures and in positions. So this was not some like a ritual of death and people were ritualistically buried or anything. This was, once again, this was a war zone, and people were caught off guard in real time in their real lives by fire from the sky. Now we don't even know if that tale, you know, because if you let the ancient aliens tell it, there's historical implications due to things found through oral tradition, things that were also documented on the long side of caves and mountains and pyramids, and in certain literatures and mythologies that exist amongst cultures, that there were also nuclear wars going on in the sky amongst sky gods, or what we would today call alien entities and beings. And ironically, there is residual radiation found in those areas where there were alleged nuclear sky wars being done at. So we don't even know if the fire from the sky were meteorites or actual fucking missiles and bombs dropping on the heads of ancient man by entities who were of a higher technology. And we also know that there's a reality to them, because not only do we have thousands of years of human testimony of being abducted and having close encounters of the third kind, we know that in 2023 we had our very own Congress, our very own U.S. government hold a press conference and disclose the fact that the American military has in fact recovered alien bodies and alien technology. So there's a lot of room.
So my thing is this, like, no one should be surprised if you find bodies like this, because if we all like pay attention to at least the mainstream archaeology, the same thing that we saw or that they discovered at the Euphrates River is the same thing that we all got to witness when they did that archaeological find in Italy after that volcano blew up. Remember, those people, it was instant. Those people basically were frozen in time because they couldn't escape the lava. So they were essentially mummified right then and there. So we see what happens when a volcano goes off, and now we see what happens if a meteor strike, and that has a direct impact on a civilization. You know what I mean?
I'm about to show a picture of what that looks like for those who are curious. This is what we're talking about. But imagine these people in the case of the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, not laying down, but standing or kneeling in place. That these people were vaporized in an instance or pulverized in an instance.
Right.
Most of them never saw it coming.
Never saw it coming.
And if it was a bunch of bodies like this, pelvis to booty, then I might be saying, let me stop. That the whole thing about Sodom and Gomorrah was true. You know what I'm saying? We don't have any.
I think it's just a cool like historical reference point, because at least you could line it up with a real historical event. You know what I mean? Like that, like it enhances, I don't know, the discovery of ourselves as humanity. You know, because I hate that so much of that history is just lost. You know, I'm glad when we can find things like that, even if it comes the wrong kind of ways.
So, Conscious, can you put that picture back up for me, please?
Hold on for a minute. I want to get Sodobenair up in here as well. Hey, Sodeb.
Hey, what's going on?
Welcome to the platform. Make sure you guys subscribe to the Sodobenair YouTube channel. What are your thoughts so far? Because we ain't even got back to hell yet, because we're going to get there too. But what are your thoughts about the alleged discovery of Sodom and Gomorrah and the drying up of Euphrates and the possibility that some of these biblical events were actually historical events and not just fables?
I think that they were all historical situations, but I think that we have to think about this. You know, as Black people, we have no religion that we can really go back to because we came here as slaves. And I think that conversations, yeah, we can talk about what white people gave us, but the reality is that we don't have any dog in the fight. I think, you know, when you're talking about Sodom and Gomorrah, yeah, that's a thing. But that's also a thing as where there was a war going on at that time. And so the big word is abomination during that time. But what we think abomination is not what it really is. Abomination was something of a certain culture, and if you go back and so you look into what it really means, it's a Hebrew name, which is Tohiva. Tohiva was something of a certain culture. They were trying to build their they were trying to build their damn, I can't think of the word I'm trying to say. They were trying to build their armies. And so that's why that was a thing, but homosexuality was not really a part of that. It was just a part that if you cannot create if a man is having sex with another man, because it doesn't work that way. I think the reality is as Black people, we have our own religion, which we don't really know what that is, and we have to be very conscious about that part, because we have lost a lot, you know, during all this time of us being brought over here to America and things like that. I think that we have to be very, I don't know the word I'm looking for. We have to be basically, we have to like literally look at the point as like we don't have all the knowledge that we should have, because we have been during slavery and we are dealing with the white man's religion. And so listening to this conversation, a lot of this sounds like, okay, yeah, this is what it's supposed to be. This is what it is, but that's not what it is. We have no idea what our religion really is anymore. And so we cannot take anything that people are telling us and making this solid for us. And I hate that we have to be this way, but it's also like we have no choice. And yeah, like I hear everything that you guys are saying, but we have no idea what our real religion is. And so the reality is this: we got to make peace with the worst case scenario. And I will say this: I love girlfriends, Lynn said one thing that made sense to me. She said everything leads back to God. So whatever religion that whatever you believe in, that's fine, but it also all leads back to God. So we know that what anything that you believe in, it takes you back to God. And I don't feel like we're gonna lose anything when it comes down to trying to believe anything in real life, because there's no way that God's gonna penalize you for not knowing anything, because how will we know? Only thing we know is that there's a God. Whether you're a Muslim, whether you are a Christian, whether you are an atheist, whatever you are, the reality is it all leads back to God. And we have to get to the point where we got to stop trying to overextend ourselves, trying to figure out what's the right way to go. The right way to go is it goes back to God. And so once, and that's it. We cannot penalize ourselves for not knowing things that we don't know.
Sure, you can if you don't search it out. If it's readily available and you don't even bother, yeah, I could blame you.
You can search it out all day. But the reality
and
is
then the question becomes for me is which God?
That's
Because
why
there
it's
are
up to you. Personally,
Go ahead. I'm
that's
sorry.
why.
G.
Yeah, like that's why it's a personal faith based. It ain't.
there's one main God. There's one main God that we all
Which
know of.
God are you referring to?
He has different names.
Okay, there is no one God. That's the thing.
Yeah, because what William is talking about is that's your perception of God. That's not everybody's perception of God. It's that he's a he, that it's a he, or that it even has a multiple name. Some people believe, some people are monotheistic, some people are polytheistic, some people believe that God didn't even have shit to do with it, that we are the birth child of aliens, and the Sumerian text suggests that we were just worker bees for another species, and that Sumerian text is older than the biblical text itself. And so there's all this.
Conscience. All that could be right though. So that's
I'm not arguing all right or wrong, because like
I know.
Yeah, like because for me, I don't argue my God, because it is a personal. It's a faith-based personal relationship. I don't know how other people are relating to the signals coming into their souls, the signals coming into their being as it relates to being a part of this creation experience. What that looks like to all of us experiencing these energies and these narratives, and being a byproduct of the universe is going to probably be largely shaped by our religion and our culture, our nationality. It's going to probably be informed by all of these little nuances, etc. So that that I get it.
Thanks. And I think that's what I'm saying. It's just like you can't really blame someone for believing what they believe, but the reality is that it all leads back to God. And whatever God you believe in, it still leads back to God.
So
Which
God? I'm sorry.
No. That's what I just said.
Hang on.
That's
No.
That's what I just said.
No.
No, that's what I just said. That's what I just said. It doesn't matter what God.
Yes, it does matter, because not everybody believes like you. That is your perception. That's not my belief. That's not
for you.
Yeah,
but the reality is that God is God for whatever person that's believing in God, whatever God that means.
God,
that God.
This is the issue. We have over 450, I want to say, religions and textbooks all around the world. Each of them are saying that they have their own God. Which God? The Buddhist God? The Jesus God? The The Jewish God?
Well, Jesus is the Son of God.
Which
So he's not a God.
God?
But Jesus is the
Which
Son of God.
God?
So Debonair, let me ask you this. This God that you speak of, right? That everybody goes back to. Everybody. Same God. Where does he live?
Even the doggy.
No. Sorry.
Because y'all up here calling upon his name in reverse.
Child.
And he in the background howling.
Where does he
listening.
live? Where does he live? I'm asking you, in your opinion.
So where does he live?
Where's he housed? Where can he be found?
I think that God lives in all of us.
He lives in, okay, so there you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
That means everybody's going to have a different relationship, a different way to worship, praise, relate. And with some people,
right,
it's going to require a different practice. So for us to say we don't know the religion, we don't know, you know what you're supposed to do. See, this is to get back to, well, not to get back to, I ain't trying to run your platform, but I do want to say that I do feel as if this is hell. This is my personal beliefs, though. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't try to impress them upon anybody. I believe that this is hell, this world, right? I believe that if you do not seek the God that's within and do what you're supposed to do to honor and find your purpose and get to your truth, you have to return here to hell.
Can I ask you a question?
And then when you do get it, you get to kind of just rock out with your back out and guide those who have to come back here. And then there's some people who screwed up so bad they're gonna just have to keep coming back. That's my personal belief.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Are you putting limitations on God though?
How?
Because what I said was like, everything leads back to God, right? So what you just said, I'm saying the reality is this: everything leads back to God. Whatever religion that you believe in, it all leads back to God. Whatever God that you believe in, it leads back to God. So if you're gonna put limitations on him, well then
possibly I put limitations when I gave
no. I'm asking. I'm not saying.
Which would mean that it's
wait. I'm not saying that you are. I'm asking the question.
Okay.
If that's the case, then is he not able to do everything?
What I'm saying is, if God dwells within us,
right,
and people come every day, that makes him quite infinite. So that is no way,
intimate. But the word intimate is a strong word, because if he's intimate, that means his relationship with you and me and everybody else is very, very different.
Exactly.
And so that means that what I'm saying is very true, is that it leads back to him depending on your relationship with him, and he knows how to deal with you personally. None of us will have the same relationship with God ever, because
I say that God only deals with me, though.
No, I didn't say. I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying that either.
So, and for me to say that
I'm riding with you.
Yeah, but me to say that he dwells within all of us,
right?
And he has a personal relationship with all of us, actually makes him I took the limit off. You take a limit, or you put a limit on God when you say, okay, this is how we are supposed to address him or her, this or it. You understand? This
right. And everything you just said makes a lot of sense.
That's limitations. I haven't put a limitation. You understand what I'm saying?
Everything you just said made a lot of sense.
You understand? So that's just
that's it.
Hey Debonair, I wanted to just for more the infrastructure aspect. When you had commented about as far as us and not having a religion and like Christianity specifically as it relates to this archaeological find, you got to remember that the location of this find, this transcends just Christianity. This affects Judaism. This affects Islam, right? We're talking about the cradle of the 3 Abrahamic religions. So this is not just Christianity we're talking about. And since we're talking about the Quran and Judaism specifically, we're talking about Middle Eastern cultures directly tied to a lot of native African cultures, right?
But that's why I said that they
Christianity,
all. That's why I said they all lead back to God.
But what I'm saying is, just from the find, that this archaeological find shouldn't really like dissuade you from like trying to walk that path. You get what I mean? However you want to find God, because I agree with you, man. However it leads to whatever your spiritual belief in God is, do that. Like I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, a lot of this just transcends, you know, whatever the Christian, however the Christians are going to try to weaponize this. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's the problem.
So Deb, I want to talk a little bit more actually about this archaeological dig, because Dr. Bergsman, if I believe, who we were listening to, was referencing the work of Dr. Stephen Collins, and I want to read a little bit of his description of this find, because it's also very fascinating. He was in an interview with Joel C. Rosenberg. So the interview starts off, is Dr. Stephen Collins right? As Collins explained in the interview, he first rejected the notion that Sodom and Gomorrah are fictional, mythical cities that were made up by ancient writers. Why? Because he said that even ancient writers who made up stories never made up fictional geography. They also placed their stories in real geographical settings. Second, Collins said that the wealth and size of Sodom, as described in the Bible, meant that Sodom would have been one of the largest and most influential and powerful cities of its time, and thus hard to make up to ancient audiences who knew the history and the geography of the region well. Third, Collins noted that the apocalyptic destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah ought to be verifiable if the cities really existed. So Collins told me he simply followed all the location clues laid out in Genesis, and boom, he uncovered the biggest Bronze Age city in the entire Middle East, a city that comports with the biblical account of Sodom in every respect, including its sudden and cataclysmic annihilation. Quote, there's so much specific information about the location of these cities that you would practically have to be blind and illiterate not to be able to find the location of Sodom, because there are at least 25 known pieces of geography that you can triangulate between to take you to the city of Sodom. It is not difficult, stressed Collins, the author of Discovering the City of Sodom. Almost a century before Collins launched his exploration in 2001, famed archaeologist William F. Albright set out to explore the southeastern end of the Dead Sea in 1924 in hopes of finding Sodom and Gomorrah. Albright's theory was that rising seawaters covered the location of the city's ruins. Nothing was ever found in the sea bottom, yet over the years, other archaeologists followed Albright's assumption and identified the area called Bab-e-Dara as Sodom. However, Collins insisted to me that there is nothing in the Genesis that would locate Sodom in the southern Dead Sea region. In fact, the main problem with Albright's theory, he told me, is that it simply doesn't fit with the facts laid out in Genesis 13. Quote, here's the problem with Albright's location of Sodom. He never ever provides a exegesis. Is that the right pronunciation? Exegesis? Nobody here fucking knows. Who cares?
I think that you have to realize this.
Hold on. I ain't even finished fucking reading. Hold on. I'm not finished yet. Hold on. Genesis chapter 13, which is the verbal map to get to the city of Sodom. He just basically shot off the top of his head, said Collins. Why would anybody put a city in an area that could get flooded, I asked. And why would anyone build a large city along the Dead Sea, known as the Salt Sea in the Bible, rather than alongside the Jordan River with this massive supply of fresh water? Exactly, said Collins. You wouldn't. For that reason, and many other clues in the scriptures, Collins decided to focus his research around the Jordan River Valley, about 8 miles north of the Dead Sea. Another clue to the Bible given regarding the location of Sodom, he told me, is the description of the meeting between Abraham and Lot before they parted ways. The proper question to ask in the location of Sodom is, where was Lot standing when he lifted up his eyes and saw the whole plain of the Jordan was well watered? It was Bethel and Al. Collins explained. From that point, Lot would have not been able to see the southern end of the Dead Sea. The fact is ignored by archaeologists supporting Albright's southern Sodom theory. All this led Collins and his team to dig in a site called Tale Hammam with the permission of and under the supervision of the Kingdom of Jordan. And what did they find? A massive series of cities, including the biggest and wealthiest city of the Bronze Age in the entire region. What's more, they found a massive metropolitan city that was completely wiped out in a sudden firestorm and then uninhabited for the next 700 years. In my next column, I'll explain more of this dramatic and fascinating story. So that was a little bit about the ins and outs in GPS and the exactness, and once again, just more corroborating circumstantial evidence to support this, the finding and the identification of this city. I mean, for God's sake, these people use the damn GPS coordinates of the Bible itself to locate. I mean, it can't get no more goddamn. I mean, it's like, I don't know, like the man said, you would have to be practically blind or just unwilling.
So what
when has it become a new thing to use a real city to tell a story? Since when is that a new shocking revelation?
It's not.
Like, how many times have we seen a meteor strike go through New York City, but in real life it hasn't happened yet? But when they show the camera footage, it's still New York City. You know what I mean? Like, come on, guys. They're using the environment of their time, telling the narrative. You know what I mean? Like,
but in this case, the narrative is also apparently the facts. It's not even just like a fictional, hard-edged story that's designed to impact, wisdom and obedience, and to illustrate the chastisement and wrath of God, but it was an actual historical event where, in this case, New York City was burnt to a damn crisp by balls of fire.
Picture of.
But also, I wanted to say this though. I think that a lot of the Sodom and Gomorrah thing was about the word abomination. And
no.
Hold on, William. Can you let the man finish? He just started.
The word abomination. And the word abomination, I feel like it's very misconstrued. And I think that because of that, we've been under a lot of scrutiny because of that. So when you look at that word and then you realize what it really meant. So the word abomination in Hebrew was tohiva. Tohiva was something of a certain culture, which meant that they were trying to, like certain people could not do certain things. They were trying to build an army, so you cannot sleep with a man and build their army. So they did not want men to sleep with men because you could not build. They weren't procreating, and so that's what I was trying to say in the chat earlier. Now you're sitting here and we're talking about this conversation, but the reality is this: yes, they probably didn't want them doing that, but now does that resonate with today?
Well, in terms of abomination, right? That's not the only time that is mentioned in the Bible. And when it talks about it, I want to say Proverbs 6, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It talks about what the Lord hates. And I think it says like, and their abominations, right? Lying down with a man is not in it. It talks about lying. It mentions lying like twice. It talks about being quick to do evil, shedding innocent blood, a heart devised wicked schemes. I don't know if I named them all. I don't know where I'm at in the list. A person who puts dissension out amongst their brothers. Those are all considered abominations. It doesn't say anything in that part in regard to lying down with a man. So, you know, I mean, if you want to get biblical.
No, we're on the same page.
Yeah.
So here's the thing with the Leviticus Code. Based on my studies and what I've been able to gather under Leviticus Code, especially concerning the passages about homosexuality, those passages were not about the orientation of somebody's of somebody's inner sexuality. That was more about the desecration of the land, because they believe that by doing so, you are not respecting the hierarchy that was put in place. I don't know if it has anything to do with Sodom definition of the army or anything like that. I don't think that's why that was the case. I do think, and I do know, that it had more to do with the social hierarchy and the patriarchal system over the women, because you also have to understand that was also a time in the late Bronze Age where domination and what's the other word? Penetration was the main central theme of the hierarchy. So it was about procreation, but it was also about the way in which the patriarchal system stretched itself out at that time. Because you also have to remember, women were not allowed to have any rights. The Israelite women weren't allowed to go to war. They weren't allowed to do any of that stuff. Now, you do see a couple of powerful women as the Old Testament moves on, and it goes into the story of the prophetess of Deborah. But during the Leviticus period, that was the central theme. It was about getting the lip back. It was about making sure that God had his army and all that good stuff. It was never meant to be a story where orientation was the central focus.
Yeah, so was trying to weaponize natural disaster like people do today. You know what I mean? When a hurricane hit, it's because of the gays. Like, no, it's not. But you're trying to tell a morality story.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. When it comes to the morality thing, instead of them saying, and this is where the evangelical Christians lose me. Instead of them saying that this has everything to do with the patriarchal system, they flip it and say that this has everything to do with the moral character of God. And the moral character equals objectivity. Well, if that was an objective moral thing, why are you ignoring the other things that are in the Leviticus Code, such as you shall not eat shellfish, you shall not, and half of y'all are eating shellfish. So should we be burned to a Christian? That's right. So you're picking and choosing what morality you want to follow based upon your own understanding of scripture. And that's what this is. This is all about interpretation.
Okay, so I have a question then. I mean, who gets to decide what morality is? Because these are purely human constructs, ethics and morality. So, I mean, what is the so-called real ethics and morals? Because every culture, creed, community, tribe, set of people, nations, cities, households, persons has their own set of moral and ethical beliefs. It's a purely subjective thing.
They do. you would have to ask the ones that have set up this so-called system, because this is a system that the evangelical Christians operate under.
Well, I'm not just asking that from a Christian standpoint. I'm talking about the concept in general of ethics and morals. I mean, if we're going to argue that the Christian moral compass is not correct, I'm asking then what's supposed to be the correct moral compass? Who gets to be the author of morality and ethics for the collective?
We do.
That's the thing. Yeah, we do. There is.
But
no
if we are a
one
bunch of, but the reason why we all don't have, and we're not on the same accord, is because we are a we. We aren't. We are not monolithic. That's why some people believe in unaliving people. Some people believe in stealing to survive. Some people believe in premarital sex. Some people believe that underage people should have the right to marry adult males and females. We have people with various degrees of belief systems creating policies, creating laws, and taking actions that reflect their beliefs. So what does we mean when we aren't even on the same accord about morality, which is why we're challenging laws and we're voting every 4 years and we are getting people in office, out of office, because the we we're talking about is a bunch of individuals with various perceptions of the world and the way things should be.
So I can only speak from just my personal belief system, and that is, I judge everyone according to their work and according to their action. I can't speak for anybody else. Now, let me say this about atheism, because I've seen a lot of that in the chat. Atheism, from what I understand and gather, is a lack of evidence in a God. Not that they believe that there is no God. They just don't think there is a lack of evidence for one. That's what atheism as it's been defined as today. Now,
so it's okay to take it's okay for that definition to come out of the Oxford Dictionary. Got it.
I didn't cite any dictionary. I just cited
whoever's in power controls the morality. And in this society, it is straight Western males, like myself. Now, I'm not nobody, but I'm just saying. When we talk about this, we're talking about the patriarchy. As of now, they set the rules. They set the morality standards.
Yep, and everything is based upon the patriarchal man-made system. That's the moral code. I just.
What you guys gonna do about it, though?
So what do y'all think? Because I've been trying to answer this question my whole freaking life, and I've yet to come up with an answer as to the question that Conscious posed.
Is what? Like, what's the question?
The original question that you asked, the question that you actually posed: who gets to decide the morality? Who gets to decide the moral code of ethics and everything? The evangelical Christians say that God is the one that gets to decide those moral and those codes based upon His word. You have the atheists that say, no, God does not get to decide those things. Y'all are deciding that that's what God is saying. It comes back to the central question that I've always been asking. Why do we get to tell God, get to tell the Bible what to do and what to say when the text is there?
Isn't that kind of what the Pope is for? Kind of help with some of that middleman stuff.
Okay,
Bridge the gap, if you will.
It's
See, that's the other thing too. The Pope is Catholic. The United States is largely Protestant.
Christianity.
Yeah, but the United States is largely Protestant. We came from the Catholic tradition.
We're largely Protestant, and yet the evangelicals control the Christian narrative in this country.
And the United States. Yep.
So all that numbers of the Protestants is good for what?
Your question you're asking.
This is interesting to me because you know what? Here's the reality. Because Lost and Found said the one who creates the creation gets to set the parameters function for that creation. It's interesting that humans were left up to their own devices to decide that. Because even to William's point about the Bible is a byproduct of man's doing. It is also a construct and creation of man. Just like God created the heavens, the earth, the waters, and created man himself. If God wanted to speak for itself, it would have also dropped a book down itself from the heavens.
It wouldn't have needed men.
It wouldn't need man. So the fact that humans are on their own in terms, it seemed to be on their own in terms of figuring out the rest of this shit is very fascinating, because how do we know that that isn't also a part of the play here? Because once again, we are having a conversation largely from the Christian context. It's not the only way in which to see the world. As far as I'm concerned, I think that God is a big kid with a game controller who created a Sims simulation, and that this is all mostly birthed out of God's creative process. I'm not sure if the rules of engagement are as objective per se as we would have them to or as we would like them to be. I oftentimes imagine that God created, or that what we're calling God, whatever the hell that in fact is, whatever that entails, birth the earth plane and its inhabitants and its laws from the same desire that a gamer invents a virtual reality.
Like that.
The Matrix. That sounds very similar to the computer programming of the Matrix.
It's interesting. What's up, panel?
Hey, RG.
What's up?
Hey, RG.
What's happening, everybody? I was on the panel. Hey, what's happening? I was on the panel, Nia X's panel earlier, and they were having a similar conversation. To your point, so when you say conscious, you feel like, you know, the whole deity is a creation, like a child with a game controller. And I totally agree there, because once I got more into spiritualism, I learned that gods, or the ideals of gods, are man's creation. Even in the Bible, since we're talking about, okay, when you look back at the scripture where in the old Levitical laws where it says that, okay, if a woman is caught, just a woman in adultery, that she should be stoned. Now, keep notice that that is a social call. The Bible didn't say that stones will fall from heaven and stone her. It called for something to be done from the people. So I think for most people, when your God rules your actual society, it's not necessarily just the esotericism of it all. When it's actually in the laws of your land while you yet live, you know, it that's why most monarchs often have deified in the Western civilization, with their monarchy and rulership also being included with deityism. So I think for a lot of people in these Western societies, even though they do not view it that way, it allows them to see it as the morality, because of the book that they're reading from has a very specific moral code of what that's supposed to look like. Let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And I think it's the part of it that is done on earth is what help reinforces people to believe that it's the moral code.
So then, IG, let me ask you this. What do we do with the scriptures that we now know as the six clobber patches
Well,
in the Old Testament and the New Testament? Because from what I've been able to lean on in these last 6 months or so since I've gotten out of the church completely, is the fact that basically ignoring, because it's not conducive to our time. It's not conducive to me. If a very specific commandment and have a very specific coded word for the people that heard it at the time, and it has nothing to do with my sexual orientation. And
well,
even though it, go ahead. I'm sorry.
well, yeah, well, no. Well, here's the thing. It does, but the position that it has us in, because that includes me too, would be we were talking about a little in the other channel. We were talking about how people responded to I guess Lil Nas X that came out with a video of I guess mocking himself as Jesus. I didn't see it. But then we were watching some other people's reaction, and some people were saying that, hey, I hate this man so much that I will unalive and delete him. And these were Christian men. And I said, well, okay, they shall be put to death. Again, that isn't something, it didn't say that the Lord thy God will come from heaven and strike down the homosexual. No, the people would kill the homosexual. So when I look at certain parts with scripture, because I'm not gonna demonize, even though I'm a heathen, I don't fuck with the whole 1611 King James. I understand that there are some parts of that book that is composed of different spiritual systems. And I also understand that, okay, I'm reading it from the guise of patriarchy. And from the views that I'm reading it from, it's from a very Northeast African Hebraic text. However, that does not line upon line and precept upon precept does not qualify for the world. The scripture says that you must have faith as small as a mustard seed, which is the smallest seed in the land. But if I go over to Southeast Asia, it's not the smallest seed in the world. But if you read certain translations, it's going to tell you the world. And you got to understand that when you're reading a lot of spiritual texts or ancient texts, they're subjective to the geographical points. It doesn't mean that you can't take the principle, however, if it applies to a logic or a situation and apply it. But I understand that even within that, it is written with a certain perspective. The God of Abraham is for specifically favorable his people. That's a xenophobic, very cultural specific thing. And honestly, you're going to mostly see that in most people's spiritual system. Is there a place for it to be opening up for other people to come in for growth? But the ultimate end of it, when you look at these scriptures, especially deal with Abrahamic beliefs, they're very specific to bloodline and lineage. Would not qualify to the people over there in Shanghai, China. Will not qualify for the people in Tokyo, Japan. Thus, what you have to ask yourself is why the people of Southeast Asia, these Mongoloids, was not playing with these Caucasoids. They tried to go over there and conquer them, but you see that these Southeast Asians and these Mongoloids did not fall victim to any form of Abrahism. So check out what's in their spiritual system that allowed them not to be conquered in our land.
I
I like that
I've
perspective, Angie.
I've oftentimes have always been fascinated by the other spiritual systems that is there, because I've oftentimes felt that if they're outside of my own spiritual belief system, how do they operate? Um what is their main central core
Are you familiar
morally?
with Are you familiar with Shintoism that's practiced in Southeast Asia? Other people's spiritual systems are not based off of deityism. However, it's often built in spiritual science. When you deal with Buddhism and Hinduism, it's built off of things like nature's, the balance and the spiritual vibrations of mathematics, sounds. They have other systems that's outside of just Western society that functions, that has absolutely nothing to do with a heaven or hell or a deity system. Just like I'm sure other people would look at how we live in America and be like, oh my God, y'all actually do monotheism? Y'all actually have a system and a moral code based off of monotheism? Why would you do that? You know, so
Even
you're not asking a question. I don't think that other people who don't live outside of their own spiritual religious paradigm.
even with like come
You
through,
agree that the people
even
who preach the prosperity doctrine based on biblical teachings is probably going to be the first ones burning in hell, because that seems to be the very opposite of what real Christianity is about, the opposite of the prosperity doctrine.
So
and
speaking of
again,
hell, I want to get to hell before we get too far in, because I ain't gonna be here all night. Does everybody here believe in hell?
no.
The
I be,
idea of it,
yes,
absolutely.
hell. I believe yes, except I don't think it's burning flesh and brimstone. I believe that it's a state of mind. When I was in Christianity, I
A state
felt
of
more.
mind that transcends the body, or y'all talking about the state of mind within
I,
a
I
biological body?
I mean the state of mind in your physiological body. Think about it. Do you think a person who wakes up and get R word and beat every day in certain relationships, out that spills over to their behavior? In their mind, they are living in hell. While they might be a house next door with a little person or a child that has a completely different perspective of what an everyday life. So I think that just like when I was reading Miss Barbara, that was the truth. I meant that. I wish that a lot of these people who have imposed these people, I wish Jesus would come get these niggas so y'all they can stop making life here on hell for people who don't believe that. I meant that. What we see what's going on in the Middle East, it's based off of this religiosity. I really see where this will cause people's lives here to be hell. And it's not just the religiosity, it's other things. So, yes, hell is very much real. It's very much a state of mind. Just like the people, regardless if we call them evil or good, if they're prospering and everything's going their way, no matter how they manifest it, they have reached a certain level of heaven
I
here
mean,
in life.
Hold on for a minute. I'm gonna read something to set a better basis for this hell conversation. And I love this article. I love this write-up because I study NDEs my whole life, and I am a astral projector myself. And I love this concept of the afterlife and astral planes, which are represented through frequencies and all of that good jazz. So this article is actually from the National Library of Medicine, and it documented various types of hellish experiences that people have experienced beyond their bodies at the point of death. Let's get into some of these interesting accounts of near-death experience, of hellish near-death experiences. The great majority of near-death experiences reported publicly over the past 4 decades have been described as pleasant, even glorious, almost unnoticed in the euphoria about them has been the sobering fact that not all NDEs are so affirming. Some are deeply disturbing. Few people are forthcoming about such an event. They hide, they disappear when asked for information. If inpatient, they are likely to withdraw. They are under great stress. What do their physicians need to know in terms of how to deal with these experiences? We have documented 3 types of distress in NDEs: inverse, void, and hellish. The brief descriptions below illustrate the types. All examples are from author files unless otherwise indicated. Inverse NDEs. In some NDEs, features usually reported in other NDEs as pleasurable are perceived as hostile or threatening. A man thrown from his horse found himself floating at treetop height, watching emergency medical technicians working over his body. Quote, no, 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 this isn't right. He screamed, put me back. but they did not hear him. Next, he was shooting through darkness toward a bright light, flashing past shadowy people who seemed to be deceased family members waiting. He was panic-stricken by the bizarre scenario and his inability to affect what was happening. A woman in childbirth felt her spirit separate from her body and fly into space at tremendous speed, then saw a small ball of light rushing toward her. Quote, "It became bigger and bigger as it came toward me. I realized that we were on a collision course and it terrified me. I saw the blinding white light come right to me and engulf me." A woman collapsed from hypothermia and began re-experiencing her entire life. Quote, "I was filled with such sadness and experienced a great deal of depression." The void. An NDE of the void is an ontological encounter with a perceived vast emptiness, often a devastating scenario of aloneness, isolation, and sometimes annihilation. A woman in childbirth found herself abruptly flying over the hospital and into deep space. A group of circular entities informed her that she never existed, that she had been allowed to imagine her life, but it was a joke. She was not real. She argued with facts about her life and descriptions of Earth. No, they said, none of that had ever been real. This is all there was. And she was left alone in this space. That's some fucked up, freaky ass shit. Another woman in childbirth felt herself floating on water, but at a certain point, quote, "It was no longer a peaceful feeling. It had become pure hell. I had become a light out in the heavens and I was screaming, but no sound was going forth. It was worse than any nightmare. I was spinning around and I realized that this was eternity. This was what forever was going to be. I felt the aloneness, the emptiness of space, the vastness of the universe, except for me, a mere ball of light screaming." A woman who attempted self-deletion felt herself sucked into a void. Quote, "I was being drawn into this dark abyss or tunnel or void. I was not aware of my body as I know it. I was terrified. I felt terror. I had expected nothingness. I expected the big sleep. I expected oblivion. And I found now that I was going to another plane and it frightened me. I wanted nothingness, but this force was pulling me somewhere I didn't want to go, but I never got beyond the fog." A man who was attacked by a hitchhiker felt himself rise out of his body. Quote, "I suddenly was surrounded by total blackness, floating in nothing but black space, with no up, no down, left or right. What seemed like an eternity went by. I fully lived in this misery. I was only allowed to think and reflect." Hellish NDEs. Overtly hellish experiences may be the least common type of distressing NDEs. A man in heart failure felt himself falling into the depths of the earth. At the bottom was a set of high rusty gates, which he perceived as the gates of hell. Panic-stricken, he managed to scramble back up to daylight. A woman was being escorted through a frighteningly desolate landscape and saw a group of wandering spirits. They looked lost and in pain, but her guide indicated that she was not allowed to help them. An atheistic university professor with an intestinal rupture experienced being maliciously pinched, then torn apart by malevolent beings. A woman who hemorrhaged from a ruptured fallopian tube reported an NDE involving horrific beings with gray gelatinous appendages grasping and clawing at me. The sounds of their guttural moaning and indescribable stench still remain 40 years later. There was no benign being of light. There was no life video, nothing beautiful or pleasant. A woman who attempted self-deletion felt her body sliding downward into a cold, dark, watery environment. Quote, "When I reached the bottom, it resembled the entrance to a cave with what looked like webs hanging. I heard cries and wails, moans, and the gnashing of teeth. I saw these beings that resembled humans with the shape of a head and body, but they were ugly and grotesque. They were frightening and sounded like they were tormented in agony." So, back to this question of the reality of hell. I fucking absolutely believe that there is a literal hell and a literal heaven in principle that is and can be experienced beyond the body. And as this short catalog of experiences detail, I believe that what that heaven and hell looks like and is experienced is different for each person. But I definitely believe in the survivability of the spirit or the soul or our personalities. I believe that some people do reincarnate, some people reemerge back into the whole of God, and some people are thrown into the trash bin in the multiverse. But with so many people, thanks to modern technology, being able to be resuscitated and brought back to life, who are having both heavenly and hellish experiences beyond their bodies. For those who don't believe in a spiritual hell, I ain't talking about the hell that you experience when you can't pay your damn bills or got to move back home with your mammy, or that you undergo through a breakup. I'm talking about the supernatural version of hell and heaven. What do y'all make of people who have gone beyond death and have experienced these so-called planes of existence, as it relates to a disbelief in these planes of existence? Sis.
I would ask this: have all of the sources that have been verified lived in a society where that was not presented to them as the main spiritual system? That'd be my first question. Because even if the atheist does not believe in it, that psychosis can run really strong. If a person believes, even with my being into Reiki and spiritualism, I can listen to music singing about Jesus all day long and not fuck with Jesus at all, and still get the spirit and still get the ghost and still tap in, because I understand that the chakras within the people are being activated through that, and that's what they're using, and that's what gives you the drive. So I think it's very possible that, considering we live in a Western society where you have all of the imagery and everything already lined up for you in imagery, of course, even if you are a non-believer, in the back of your mind, because uh, it's really real to you here. So I don't think that none of those people, if you give me a person that, okay, I would be more compelled if you tell me someone who is not in a Western society, who does not see any of the main imagery that's only been out for, I don't know, maybe a millennia now, talking about 2,000 years. It's not a surprise to me that people would die with seeing that imagery in this life, and how it plays out, that they would see that. So that does not tell me that it's real physically. What it does tell me, that the presentation of the and an indoctrination of it is very much real. That for certain is real, and it plays in people's psychosis when they die.
Now, we also know that every atheist does not experience hell either. They experience Jesus, they experience heaven, some of them experience nothing. These experiences are not automatic, and not everybody has an NDE experience, and not everybody's NDE experience is the same. And these experiences are not just American, they are global.
Right, but from the sources you read, how many of them are not, even if they're not American? Christianity and Catholicism is every part of every first world country in Europe, certain brown peoples. If these articles, if it's because Catholicism, Christianity, it's not just here in America, that imagery has existed all over. That's the only religion besides certain parts of Southeast Asia that did not impose its will on people. So I
Right,
still,
but IG, a spiritual event during a near-death experience is universal.
it's not
It
uni-
doesn't matter if it's Western culture.
yeah,
Even
yeah,
Eastern cultures have experiences like that.
right, but they don't describe the same things.
They actually do. In some cases, they actually do. Like you have,
and it's more the fact that they're having that spiritual thing, even if it's something different, they're still having it.
Right. No, but again, I don't think they're going to necessarily call it heaven or hell. But from the gaze of Christianity, we're going to call it that. They might. I'm not denying that there is a spiritual transference, or that, because I've seen it and I've had other things happen with my father's spirit and doing work too. But I'm not calling it heaven or hell, as I'm calling it another dimension or another transform of spiritual traversing. I'm not denying that that does not happen. I'm just not choosing to use the indoctrination of calling heaven
even
or
if
hell.
you don't play the game of semantics and you remove heaven or hell, what people are still describing is either a blissful afterlife experience or they are experiencing one that is tormented. You don't even have to call it hell. I mean, for us to know that, you're still describing something very.
And I can agree. I can agree. I can agree to that. But I wonder if it will they all okay. But like you said, it varies. For the people who have been showed the rusty gates, the pitchforks, the flames with Catholicism, you're going to see that. But maybe somebody else, like you said, they might have had a fear of water and they can't swim. So if their psychosis is thinking of dying, and the worst part for them is hell is to be in this place where it's this freezing water, guess what? It's going to produce that type of hell for them. But it's not because of the connection of the religiosity.
No, but that's the part that makes NDE's experience is because these people's experience and expectations and convictions oftentimes don't necessarily shape what they actually experience. That like that's why atheists are so shocked, regardless of the fact if they were raised in a Christian society, etc. These were not a part of their conventions, and they didn't live their lives according to these things. As one NDEer said, she expected. I mean, and you have to know, like, to be bold. Well, should I call it boldness? I don't know if I want to call it boldness, but if you go to take your life, one of these people who attempted to take their life was absolutely convinced that there was nothingness on the other side, and they confidently took their life with that expectation that all existence and pain and all stimulation would cease to exist, only to find themselves in another plane of existence.
Conscious, can you read that particular one that you just talked about with the suicide? Where did they go? Can you read that one again, please? Just that one in particular.
Well, it was two, but you might be talking about. Well, there was two. This one was a woman who attempted self-deletion, felt her body. No, what? Never mind. Let me go up to the woman who expected a deep sleep. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's a lot of these, actually. A woman who attempted self-deletion felt herself sucked into a void. I was being drawn into this dark abyss and tunnel, a void. I was not aware of my body as I know it. I was terrified. I felt terror. I expected nothingness. I expected the big sleep. I expected oblivion. And I found now that I was going to another plane, and it frightened me. I wanted nothingness, but this force was pulling me somewhere I didn't want to go, but I never got beyond the fog. So she didn't experience pitchforks or fire per se. She just experienced a slipping away into a dimension that was foggy, where she could not, she didn't have any perceivable visual reference, and she was convinced that there was nothing on the other side.
Sounds like she was going into nothing.
Yeah, and but that's what I'm saying. It's not just semantics. Well, you see what I'm saying? That's why that matters, because for her, what she wasn't thinking about Lucifer had shit to do with that. But I think for her, it was just a reflection. She wanted to die so bad and to get away, that her hell wasn't that she couldn't get away. You see, she thought that for her, it was so bad that she thought she was going to take her life. But what ended up for her being her hell was to go somewhere else. Not the peace that she thought she was going to get. that was her hell, was going somewhere else.
But that's kind of my point, that hell exists. Even if it's your hell exists. Hell exists. That there's not, it's not that hell is a biological experience. That is something you experience beyond the existence of your biological self.
So
that you created for yourself, sounds like to me.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna get into.
What? No, it's not that either. Like this is why you have Buddhists or Hindus who experience Jesus on the other side. They don't even live in countries where Jesus is a thing. They don't live in communities where Jesus is a symbol, etc. Like the experiences are all over the place. This is kind of what's been difficult for researchers of NDEs to put together or to extract some type of like universalism, because they can't the research actually bears to them that your beliefs don't shape your experience. Your perception of life doesn't per se shape your experiences.
Yes, it does.
Like you got people who felt like they didn't even deserve to live at all, who had a loving experience, took their lives against the Christian narrative that those who take their lives go to hell solely on those accounts. You have those who expected to go to heaven who went to hell. You had people who thought they were going to experience something who didn't. Like, it's all over the place that folk just, that people still, well, that researchers feel it doesn't leave them with a per se objective. But what they do know and where they are at when it comes to NDEs is, regardless of what type of NDE it is, whether it's hellish, whether it's heaven, is that both experiences can be used as a catalyst for introspectiveness and for escalation of like self-awareness. That both, whether negative or positive, that people have been able to be affirmed, to change the course of their lives, to make certain improvements, etc., to better their lives, to better their human condition, etc. But in terms of why people had the experiences they had, and why some people's expectations were met, other people's expectations weren't, why not all people who die experience this, why this only happens to some people, not all people, is very interesting.
But you know, I'm not talking about a conscious place that they create. It's that subconscious place they create. That
But that's once again an assumption. You don't know what's in somebody's subconscious to say that what they experience came from their subconscious.
But neither does but at the same time, then they can't be said, well, just because a person is saying that they saw Jesus, okay, I don't have to grow up in a culture, especially depends on, okay, just because it might not be the state of the religion doesn't mean they never heard of the religion. You see what I'm saying? Just because they could have read something, they could have watched something in their life that really touched them, with that being in the family, it doesn't mean that there still isn't some influence through culture shifting. But I will, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm not taking away, it still kind of sounds like to me that now you're going to have some form of influence of that. Now, when people come and they have NDEs and they say they seen shit that ain't described and any of this shit, to me, that what makes it seem like more plausible. Because just like when we in the New Testament, when it says, "Oh yeah, the streets are paved with gold, and we're going to have all those things," honey, those are things that people have here now in the physical. You are not talking about nothing out of stellar that's beyond the God of this planet. If your God is the God of the universe, that's how I call Cap. It's not. If you offer me streets of gold, no, nigga, what about the motherfucking Milky Way? What about the outer solar system? What about the galaxies? You can't bribe me with just that. So that's why I kind of like, well, no, show me something that is beyond what you are using here to describe here in her and in heaven. And then I'll feel like me personally, then I'll feel like, okay, you're tapping into something than more than what has been presented to you.
So
You know what's so funny about it? What's so funny about indie ears is that I look at them as like astronauts. I am much more willing to take the claims of people who have actually experienced death more seriously than those of us who have never came to the brink of death and existed beyond our bodies as a result of a temporarily deceased body, and deceased by clinical standards, not personal standards. But you know, when all of that neurological stuff shuts down and the heart stops beating, the stuff that defines you as being clinically dead, I think that these people, because for me, I can get with everybody here. Like, to me, it's not what people are experiencing that I give a fuck about. For me, it's the reality that there is an experience, and there are major implications as it relates to our consciousness surviving this vehicle that it's biologically using. And it brings into question so many more questions about what this all means. Where is this all going? Do our lives matter? Are the things that we're doing here, are they judgeable? Is there some metric system in which a system outside of our knowledge is gauging us with? For me, it just opens up a whole world of questions about the nature of reality and how we got here and where the hell we're going, and if we're going back to the same place in which we came from. And I also think it's interesting, even when that woman's experience about the orbs that were telling her that she imagined her whole life is very fascinating to me, because it kind of goes back to those who believe that, or even some quantum research that suggests that we live in a simulation, that the subconscious is creating what we call physical reality, etc. That even though she experienced that as a form of hell, if those entities were essentially telling her a truth that she could not bear, that you live in a simulation and that you created all of that from the unconscious state, while we're actually sitting here suggesting that the physical is real and the biological is real, that all of that is actually what's not real, that your physical selves and your physical lives are happening and birthed out of your imagination. They are birthed out of the unseen aspect of you, that this is not as physical as we all believe. And I guess there's also evidence to suggest that that's not the case, because we have things called miracles that happen, things that seem to defy what we call physical boundaries or the laws of nature, etc. That this matrix, as William would call it, is in fact just that. But those entities telling her that was very fascinating, that your life was not real, sis. Like, it was never real. Earth is not real. Your children are not real. That your body is not real. And she was so distressed by this wake up call, that it put her into a state of panic and confusion and like, what the fuck? But was that a major universal truth that was communicated to her? That since none of this is real, y'all sitting here arguing fucking religion and gods and Bibles and biology, that's all the non-real shit. That's all of that is construct. Your body is a construct, your science are a construct, your pyramids, your skies, your atmosphere, your planet, your native land, your culture, your ethnicity, that all of that shit is what's actually not real. Those are the customizations of the 3D character that your consciousness created to have a personality and to have a 3D experience with.
Did she try to unalive herself again afterwards?
But this is not an article that goes in depth about her particular experience.
Well, but the only reason why, the reason why I would ask
I don't know.
I would ask that question. Okay, then I'm like, she should have. I would think if it was that much for her to know, it was real enough for. If it was real enough for her to want to stay here, then that means this obviously was real enough for her. I think the experience could have, gave her that trauma shock to feel like, okay, there's more to life than it. But if the bitch didn't just straight up kill herself, I'm sorry, unalive herself, like after she had that experience while she was saying that, she really didn't really believe that, because if she really didn't think that her life was real after that, she would just the self-control alt and delete. Because if she know, why spend time being the puppet, being the character, when you can have the controller?
So that woman wasn't a self deleter. That was a
Okay.
woman who she had she was having some other type of medical crisis and experienced
And,
that.
and, it's, and then when people say, okay, when they say they seen Jesus, because I like the people who say they seen Jesus, what are they meaning? Did they mean they experienced a Christ conscious, or did they said, no, I actually saw a white man with a cheek part and a middle part with a light curl on the end, with the red robe.
Light curl.
Yeah. I want to know what these people are. Is everyone coming to the same vision of Jesus? Are we coming into the people who don't believe in Jesus? Are they seeing a Middle Eastern man? Are they seeing an Ethiopian? Are they saying that they're experiencing? Because to me, I would like to. I'm just curious. Are they? Because that's kind of hard. Even if you told me, okay, everyone
It
is
may be.
Allah.
It
What?
may be what some of them saw. If, to your point, you're also acknowledging that people lived in a reality where all these things were symbolized. So in these people's experience of whatever may have in fact been a Christ consciousness, maybe have represented in the way that these things been illustrated to them
Okay.
in life.
Okay.
So some people may have seen a red horned devil with pitchforks. Some people may have experienced a classic fiery, hellish brimstone hell. Some people may have experienced the beautiful long hair or wet and wavy European Jesus with the blue eyes,
With the cheap part.
with the middle bust down,
Yeah.
with the middle part bust down.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
So let me ask y'all. Let me ask you this question real quick, because all that's fine and dandy, and I'm cool with the near death experience and all that good shit. But this is my question, because from what I'm hearing based on the story, why is it strictly connected to Earth? If you're having this near body experience and you're able to near death experience, I would think that your soul, well, the thing that you think is your soul, would go out the roof, up into the heavens, outside the earth, all the way. Why is it conducive to just Earth?
That's because see, I don't know. I can't speak for nobody else's spirituality and travels, because I'm not going to sit here and say people who practice Christianity, because I'm sure Conscious might see things in other realms that has nothing to do with what he's probably read in the Bible, right? I think that's why I say it's like some genjutsu magic that's going on here. If you catch what I'm saying, people who read those texts, now there are certain things that are described that are kind of a mixy or outwardly or kind of mythology sounding, but it's not one of the, when you see things again, when you see things outside of that, I think because the confines of what is given to you, they only want you to see something that is of the earth. They only focus on things that are earthly. You're absolutely right. Your spirit, that's what I'm saying, because other people have experienced, your spirit is going to go, if you are not bound, if your soul has not been bought and paid with a price, and you didn't make that contract, you'll be able to see further. Your spirit and your soul will be able to soar beyond what is given to you. So that's a good but that's why I said within every single paradigm, if it's given to, there's a reason why they only want you to focus on earth level dimension, and only transfer your spirit, build your things on earth that are eternal. And then a hymn Rundle used to say, build your hopes on things that are eternal. Your eternal can't be based off of things that are internal here on earth where you yet live. Because this can't be all there what there is to be. The materials here can't be there all what there is to be. Maybe for this body, but for the consciousness, no.
I got a question for everybody on the panel too. If any of y'all hoes found yourself in hell, what the hell would y'all actually do? At the point of y'all death, any of y'all hoes found yourself in whatever y'all personal hell would be. What exactly is the next course of action?
It's a good deal, ain't it?
I'm like, hey, what kind of deal could be made? What can I do to lessen or ease? I would have to accept this as the terms of my conditions.
Mm-hmm.
This is the whatever decisions that I made, to end up here was the reason why I ended up here. If I end up being recorded, I hate flies. And if I end up recording it as a fly and it's a big bitch in there hunting me and spraying me down, I would just have to accept that my karmatic death at the end of the day weighed out to where there was something that I did to transfer my energy to this place. That's what you have to just take your lick.
I would, child, if I actually end up in a place called hell, I'm looking around. Okay. You come here. Let me holler at you. Let me holler at you real quick. Listen, I know I done did some fucked up shit, but this ain't it. I don't look good in red. My color is blue. Okay. So I need to turn straight real quick. Just
that baby said, "Just scream." Just scream, baby.
I have a question.
Oh Lord, I didn't scream and turn straight. You know what? I was just playing. I didn't like guys no more. I was just.
I was just playing, Jesus. I fucks with you.
It's a gnashing of the teeth. What else can you do?
Well, y'all heard what that one man did. He scrambled his ass back up the side of the caves of hell and got right on back to the light, baby. Hauled ass real quick.
Do y'all think the people who described their near-death experience, what they experienced was dependent upon how they were vibrating when they died?
No, I don't, because that's another thing about the researchers. Because with that logic, right? People who were distressed, people who were lonely, people who clearly were at especially for those who take their life, especially, technically should have bust hell wide open. Those people went into pure bliss. People who were apparently vibrating high at the point of their death, which might have been caused by car accident or unalivement or some type of cataclysm, found themselves busting hell wide open.
But I guess it's the depression. I get that, but it's like that's also very a gray area too, because even though sometimes depression is circumstantial, it's but if you're riding high.
Don't make it work now, Shauna. Okay. Either people who vibrate high go up, or people who vibrate in low go down.
No. Let her finish. No.
Okay. I don't know. I'm just throwing.
All this exceptionalism. All of a sudden, all of the rules changed to fit the script. If it was that way,
But
Folk who
most
at the
to
prime of their life and
right,
just hit the lottery and just got
right,
accepted into their favorite
yeah, yeah. Well, that
university,
right,
who then die and go to hell. Folk who are deeply depressed and
right,
been depressed for a long time in their life go to
right,
heaven.
yeah,
And that's why not the information, but that's why the consensus amongst the researchers are so scrambled, because they're like,
yeah,
too much variation for us to determine one thing from the other. All we do know is that people are having these experiences.
right,
Why people having them under this circumstance? Why people are going to hell when they're really happy, and why people are going to heaven when they're really depressed? We don't understand what's at work really creating these experiences.
mhm,
Again, though, conscious. Again, this goes back to kind of what IG was saying a little bit, and IG, I would like for you to kind of expound a little bit on what you mean by the subconscious of said person when, if they do end up having these, and I'm gonna put in quotation, near-death experiences. Cause what?
I hope Shauna theory is true, because see, I smoke a lot of weed. So I hope whenever I croak, a bitch is nice and high and feeling good. And
right,
that my soul will be on an elevated high when it transitions to wherever the feeling that my karmatic death is gonna land me. That's
mhm,
why, when conscious asks me, it's like, well, I mean, if I end up in a I'm hoping, if it is based or not, because I'm not doing it either. I'm not going to live a certain way morally because I'm
right,
afraid or wanting myself to do something that's kind of disingenuous. I'm going to go ahead and do that because I fucking yet live here. I would hope then, hey, if I say fuck Jesus and treat everybody right, then bitch, I deserve to go to hell. If that's what's in me to hell for being a heathen, then
good point.
I tell people all the time. And besides, some of these bitches that's supposed to be going to heaven, I don't want to go to heaven or hell with you, bitch. I don't want to go to an eternity nowhere. If you're going to heaven, bitch, send me to hell. If you can do what you do and still go to heaven, do you think that's somewhere I want to be with some of you bitches? Absolutely not. I'll take hell for 500. I'll be in the smoking section.
Hey!
I have a question for people on the panel. Would you have a different perspective of hell as people of color if we were told all our lives that hell was freezing cold?
It depends.
Some people experience a freezing cold hell.
Yep.
And in some religions, not, what is it?
Greek
Not
mythology,
Hades.
Tartarus is cold.
Yeah, Tartarus. That's what I was going for. Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Freezing cold.
Tartarus is freezing, bitch. You'll freeze your yeah.
Okay, yeah. So okay, there's a part of me that like that right there. You want to talk about fear?
Being cold.
I'm gonna tell you something. I had an astral projection session years ago. I probably was like 27 at the time. This is when I was really going crazy with astral projection, because I was going through sleep paralysis a lot. Sometimes I would go through them like several times in one night, or 3 times during one nap session. And in one of these particular astral projection experiences, it really wasn't even so much as an astral projection experience. I woke up in sleep paralysis. At this point, I had been used to coming in and out of my body and traveling amidst. But this particular time, I woke up in sleep paralysis. I could not move. I was on my side, and I felt the rubbery arms of something wrapped around me, and I could feel the texture of this thing that was like the tentacles of an octopus that was wrapped around me. And
are you sure it wasn't a dick?
If you know a dick that has wraparound capabilities, then you let me know where that Superman is at. Because that's another level. Because that's another level of dick. So I had felt myself entangled and wrapped up in this rubbery this rubbery thing, and I was kind of like I couldn't move, so I was like psychically trying to feel this thing for myself. And then I just started praying. I just started calling on Jesus. And the minute that I started calling on Jesus in my mind, because I couldn't open my mouth, this thing started communicating with me telepathically. And it was telling me, like, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Like, you're all right. You're fine. And the more that it kept trying to convince me that I was okay and that this was fine, I began to call upon his ass even more. So I just started going crazy in the name of Jesus. And at some point, it started laughing at me. And the laughing was clearly mockery, etc. And something kept telling me, like, escalate the name of Christ, escalate. So I just kept summoning, calling forth the name of Jesus. And then this thing just like dissolved from all around me, and I broke out of the altered state and woke up, and it was just a very like freakish experience.
Wait, hang on, Conscious. So were you asleep or were you wide awake?
No, I was in sleep paralysis. See, if you didn't have dick on your mind, you would have heard me speak about the fact that I was in sleep paralysis. I was in sleep paralysis on my side. I had awakened in sleep paralysis. So I was alert. I was aware. I could see my room. I was on my side. I couldn't move. And I felt this thing wrapped around my upper body.
He heard deep paralysis. You know one thing that happens.
Not deep.
You ever notice sometimes when you astral project, when you coming back, when you open your eyes, even you still kind of see where you were, and you kind of see the room where you're sleeping phase back. Like, you ever wake up and you kind of still see where you were when you were dreaming, and then it's a funny way how the space around you twists back to whatever what's really there. That is like it
gets freaky after a minute.
I know what you like. You're saying it's like, and that's why one thing too. As much as I'm, a heathen, I do see where the magic is in that name. When you have so many people from so many years and centuries that have put their chakra and their chi towards that name, it does have some equity. I'm not gonna sit there and hold you. Even I'm saying this as a whole fucking heathen. Even though I don't think it's the Son of God, I understand that when you get that much chakra, that much ki, and people focus on that, that's some powerful shit. You know what I'm saying? So for you to say Jesus, I understand for you, that's something that helps to activate that crown chakra for you, that cosmic chakra for you, that shadow and that light chakra. That's one of those releases for you to get you to activate that. So I have had some other similar situations kind of like that, even though as if I gotten out of Christianity, it was almost like I had a time where the Abrahamic spirit was like, it was kind of funny because it's like, as much as I be cussing his ass out, it's almost like it's almost like it's an energy that knows that I'm really cursing out the fraudulent bullshit of what it is, and not of what this deity thing, this genitalia thing that people have made it. I have a feeling that's why some people are like, bitch, you just so bold. But because I know, like, with something within me, my spirit can't be bought. Even though it's things that I might have to pay a price for my convenience and my social capital, I might not be accepted in certain rooms. I know that my soul, my eternity, cannot be sold for what you're promising me here that I'm supposed to expect at Earth. I'm sorry, that's priceless to me.
So let me ask you, IG, this question, and actually to you too, Shana, because I'm quite curious. Because when I finally left the religion and everybody was like, oh, he's gonna come back to God. He always do. Where, in terms of y'all's personal experience with dealing with these assholes Christians who seem to think that they get to heaven and everybody else is just going straight to hell. Where do y'all get the strength to basically say, fuck you, the hell, the heaven, and the damn thing else? Because I personally, sometimes I just want to scream. But I know if I scream and start cussing them out, it's going to be hell for me.
Yeah. Well, they got their just reward. You know, you can use some of their spell work against them. I can't remember where it's at in the Old Testament, but it speaks of passages. So, do not be like the hypocrites who pray their loud, vain prayers in the synagogues, and men may hear them pray and see that they call them just, for they have then just received their just reward. I know that you are getting your life here, honey, and that's the part too, and that's the sick part of why I have a detachment to. I know that there are plenty of people who say they are Christians that say they love me, but while they live here, consciously and subconsciously, they know I'm going to hell, and they're very comforted knowing when they see my life. That's why they have that be grateful because there's someone else worse off than you. It takes a very sick, selfish bitch to be able to look at someone else and be comforted. Whew, bitch, I'm so glad that I'm not you. I'm glad that I'm not being treated like you. And I'm confident knowing that I can fornicate, I can do whatever I want to do, but I ain't no sissy. And I know I'm not creating no abomination. And that gives them comfort knowing that, well, even though they might let y'all get married, I know that God is going to rule over the just over the unjust. I know not going to see you at the pearly gates. That gives people a satisfaction there. And I'm like, okay, you can have that. That's why I don't even want to be near you hoes. And if you serve a God that allows you to be there, then bitch, you serving the devil as far as I'm concerned. You're serving the destructive one if you're able to do that. But it's easy for you to do that because it benefits you while you yet live. I don't think nobody would serve any spiritual system, not just deityism. There isn't no spiritual system that people are going to subscribe to that don't benefit them some way in the flesh. It's just, in this case, it's politicized. It's institutionalized, what we are talking about.
Taurus.
So, yeah.
Taurus.
Hey.
Hell. Heaven. Do you believe in either one of those? Do the thought that you don't have any control over your experience after your body is gone scare you?
Conscious. I just listening, and when you was reading off the descriptions of these the person's NDEs,
I saw the blood drain from your face.
It was terrifying and exciting at the same time because I came to this individual conclusion that it does not matter how you live your life. It depending on how you believe it, you don't get to dictate how you enter the next realm. You could be an absolute nun, and your entrance into the spirit realm can be chaotic as shit. You can be an absolute psychopath, and you might have a smooth transition. Maybe a smooth transition to hell, but a smooth transition into that realm nonetheless. You don't get to dictate that. It's random. It excites me because it's the one time I have no agency over what's next. It's like a new frontier, a new survival match. Like, yeah, that shit. Because I conquered this shit. I'm on side quest now.
And that's what and that's everything I hate about it, Tyrus, is that vulnerability, is that I have no
Tyrus, I'm with you, bro.
To just ask the NDE of the man from the horse who was thrown from the horse. He was terrified because there was nothing he could do to alter his experience. He was just thrusted into this other experience, and he just had to go with the roller coaster. And that is really wild. But it's also, sometimes I sit around and I spook myself the fuck out, because I also realize that a lot of these religions, in my opinion, and these ideals about God, they're all constructs, that these are graven images that actually to probably really surrender to God means to also surrender all of your comfort zones. It means to surrender to surrender into that fear, to actually give in to that vulnerability, to actually allow yourself to not cling to the four walls and to just be to be vulnerable, to be to just stand in that vulnerability. It is, for me as a Scorpio, somebody who likes very I love massive structure and predictability and familiarity, and I like to know that the ground beneath my feet are absolutely concrete and to know what steps I am taking, and I just love all of that. That's where I thrive. So that level of vulnerability is anxiety written to me. Now I'm gonna ask you the question too that I asked everybody. Tarusa, I don't think you got a chance to answer this. Is if you find yourself in hell, whatever that would be for you, what would you do?
Accept my fate as fast as possible. That way I can adjust. I need to be able to comprehend my situation quickly so I can then move operationally. If I'm constantly worried about the state that I'm in, then that's real hell, because that's how it's designed. You don't get to think, you just get to suffer. And I need to come to my senses as fast as possible and just accept that I did something in real life that made me a bad person to end up here.
And what do you think about the NDE of the man who was stabbed by a hitchhiker, and his hell was just being in this void where all he could do is be left to think and exist and think.
For a lot of people, isn't that the scariest thing? Because there's somebody who's going to be in hell. If people want to believe in the Judeo-Christian idea of hell, who's going to be like, well, at least I ain't here by myself. Yo, can you imagine a void where it is just you?
My hell would actually involve being amongst everybody else. I would actually prefer to be by my damn self.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes you can make it a game, right? Like you can look over at the other person and be like, damn, it ain't that bad. You know what I mean? But you don't even get the satisfaction because you're literally screaming into the void. Everything you do is a waste of time in a void.
That's for me is where I feel like the near-death experience is the in-between place between the physical and the spiritual. It's now I have, like I said, I have a spiritual background, but it's literally just that space. Where you end up, however, I feel like the near-death experience is there to correct whatever it is that you may have done and to get you on the right track. I don't know if there could be such thing as a hell. What I do understand, though, is that if you end up going to the place called heaven, if there is a heaven, and now see, here's the thing, I don't know if there is a heaven or a hell. That's why I'm like, okay, well, show me, let me experience this myself so that I can know for myself whether or not this is heaven or hell, not through the mouth of people, not through the mouth of sciences, not through the studies, not through any of that. Let me experience that myself. And so far, I have not been able to experience it. But what I can tell you is that if there really is a heaven or a hell, and you really are going to meet your maker, it is he or she that gets to decide where you go. And it may be that you may end up in the void. Can you imagine just there by yourself, separated from everybody else? And there may be some people who may end up in hell because of the choices that they make. But I don't know. And I would like to know.
Well, I'm sure in the hell not in a rush to find the fuck out, because you know if requiring you would have to unalive yourself, then I mean hell, I'm not in a rush to unalive myself quite yet. I'm not ready to be taken out. Whenever my divine timing is, it's gonna be. I just know that I'm not going to if I'm not. Whatever was in me that I'm supposed to live and experience, I'm going to do that now. And at the end of the day, because people say that all the time. Well, we'll find out at the end, what it's gonna be. Well, what I will know is at the end is that you got to live your idealism of what that means here on Earth. That's what we will know. We will know that. I won't have to guess that. I would have experienced your ideal of heaven and hell. Oh, I don't have to guess that, honey. And for me, going to the hell would be if I die, bitch, and I have to come back to this same place and deal with you niggas the same way, Paradigm. That's a hell for me. I don't want to have to come here and do this and be subjected to all this. That's why for me, I feel like, okay, no, I'm already experiencing my test. How are you going to act in your hell? For me, this is part of my hell. There is some, and hell isn't always all that good because it's bad either. Because you can't convince me that heaven is all that great either. I'm
But
sorry.
but isn't that, what y'all are describing is a purgatory, because heaven is heaven, hell is hell, and the in between is so-called
the void.
Purgatory.
The void.
It ain't even the void. It's just the in between. It's just the in between of the
in between. Yeah.
Stimuli.
We're still trying to understand this from a human perspective, because we need to realize that if there's a spiritual realm, this transcends the concept of good and evil. Where we're going, there is no concept of good and evil, at least not how we understand it.
There is no streets paved with gold, right? There aren't no pearly gates. There aren't any. If we're going to say that, then you're going to have to say then, well, there isn't no flaming hot pit. There isn't any pitchforks. There isn't Lil Nas X is not gonna be sliding down the pole straddling Satan's side. That's not what he's not gonna be. You see what? Okay then. But you see that's not what the world. What we will know is that we lived in a world. If we look over our life, we'll know that we lived in a life where those things was presented to be, and people acted according to that. See, that's what we will know. But when we close our eyes, will we know will that matter? Who's to say? I'm not in a rush to find out.
Have y'all ever considered that reincarnation might be a good option because the spirit or the God, however you want to call it, considers our energy productive? Like, it would be a good thing if we actually got reincarnated back on Earth than the people that moved on to the realm.
Oh yeah. I don't think that reincarnation means any one thing alone. Like, I think that it could be a lot of purposes, like, in which we incarnate for sure. So yeah, I can agree with that. Mm-hmm.
So for me, the reason why I said no is because I don't want to have to come back here and find out all these niggas still fucked up. I'm sorry. No.
But here's also like the beautiful design of like reincarnation, right? Is that you also get to come and experience what you've created. Like the fact that Dr. King gets to live again, or Rosa Parks get to live again, or that your grandparents get to live again. Like that also seems very fair as well. That like we come here in these little individual lives, each incarnation, and contribute to the world, society, culture, whatever the case may be. And then to be left without being able to also experience the fruit of those things is very, some would say that that's a little harsh, maybe even unnecessary. I wouldn't mind having the opportunity to come back and experience the way I contributed to the world.
Isn't it possible that the God is like, yo, he reviews your resume when you're at the pearly gates, however you want to view it? Isn't that a flex if he's like, yo, Conscious, get back out there, they need you? That's a fucking flex.
Yeah, because it means
like, yo, get back out there, we need you. Your energy's productive.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I want to get back out there.
I would love to know that I am a part of the cooperative components of the universe.
I'm
So
sorry.
send me back out. Send me back out.
Yeah, put me in, coach. I'm good. Let's get it.
Because I went from star player to being coach in the next incarnation.
You know, ain't that funny though? Because I've gotten readings before. Someone say, bitch, you said you know some Bible and some holy mothers ever said, you told you was gonna come here. I said, bitch, I said what? And yeah, and then the thing is, you said you was gonna come here again just so you can not learn a lesson, but so you can be an example. And the trade-off was that you could not remember, because there's something spiritually I always say. I know that I don't remember something. That sounds so weird, but I know that I don't remember something. It's not like I never knew something. I know that I don't remember something.
It's similar to like that old soul kind of thing, IG.
Yeah.
That some people talk about.
But no, it's that, but it's before, like beyond just ancestry. I there's a feeling like I know that I do. It sounds weird. I know that there was something that I knew, but I forgot. But I just don't remember it. And and I've been told that you chose to come here, and I'm like, really? I just it just sounds fascinating when I hear people speak like that. So yeah, even with me saying reincarnation, I thought about what I said. I was like, being kind of facetious, it's not so bad here either. I'm not gonna pretend like my every life here on earth is hell, but that's what I'm saying. That I don't want to have to deal with people who's making it hell. It's really not as bad here as it all is. The idealism of what people have made it out to be is what's made it bad. It's not the experience in itself that's so bad to where. That's why obviously it's not so bad to where I want to just unalive myself now to find the fuck out if it is or not. You know what I'm saying?
I want to speak to what the question that why the trepidation if there's no.
And before you do that, lost and found, hit the link if you can. Okay, go ahead, Shauna.
Oh, what I was interpreting that question is if we're believing there's no heaven or hell, then why be scared? I think that the fear is from not knowing. It's not from whether heaven or hell for some people exists. I think it's the unknowing of it, and I think that's why this idea of heaven and hell was manufactured, to control people, but also to give an explanation or a comfort to what happens to you when you die. Because I've had I had a conversation with my mom. She's like, "Well, what happens?" And it became clear to me at going to college and taking all these biology classes and stuff like that. An answer, I was given one answer, and it says stuck with me, and that is that energy is neither created or destroyed. And I was like, oh my God, I get it. I got it from that day forward. It's not, we don't just die, our physical body dies, but our energy just transfers to something else. And I think that something else is what scares people, because I do agree with you. We don't have control over it. And that whole NDE explanation, I was thinking about the vibration. Well, that makes sense why that's not necessarily true, which only confirms what you had also said earlier, Conscious, is that it's unpredictable. We don't know. And there's fear in that also.
And here's another thing. What if the NDEs are more... Okay, well, so I got two things here. I feel like it's interesting that people say that, oh, hell right here, hell right here, is right here. Then it can be argued that hell has an origin. Where do you think the hell right here comes from? That's almost like electricity in your home is not originating in your home. It is a conduit that allows you access to it in your home, but it has an actual origin as well. So if there is an hell to be experienced here or a heaven to be experienced here, why don't we think then that there is a source from which this experience is birthed out of, are these feelings, these hellish feelings of self-deletion and misery, agony and torture and depression and grief and heartache and despair, that what vortex out of the multiverse is this shit coming out of that's making itself accessible to me? Because we're not creating those feelings. We kind of inherently have the ability to experience this range of emotion or vibration that correlates with its given frequency or its given reality. And so for me, even this notion of like heaven is right here, heaven is hellish right here, I mean, to me it's just like, yeah, partially, like we are having a experience of heaven and hell, but I do believe that these things have their own they have their own independent existence beyond our ability to like just move up and down the dial on the radio, to tune in to various channels and frequencies, etc. Lost and Found says that was my question reason for being, because I'm not afraid of what I don't believe. And well, hit the link if you can hit the link. But I was going to also speak to NDEs. It can be argued that these are NDEs. These people come back. So maybe what people experience, even as the article suggests, if all experiences are teachable, there's teachable moments in all stimuli, whether it's negative or positive, that there's a takeaway. Then what people are experiencing as heaven or hell are simply experiences needed to affirm them in one way or another. Because say like the Jeho witness who goes and busts hell wide open, then comes back and be like, oh my God. As a matter of fact, there was an NDE where a Jeho witness who just knew she was on God's side, she knew she was doing the work of the Lord, she ended up having a medical crisis that put her in the ER, and the bitch bust hell wide open. I'm talking about like she was literally falling toward, it's not even funny, but she was literally found herself she literally found herself like traveling. She found herself traveling through this darkness toward this light, and then she just knew she was headed toward the light of Christ, only to come upon it, and it was a skeleton face that was on fire, and she was falling through it, and then she like came out of her experience fighting the goddamn medical personnel, etc. She ended up holding on to this long grudge against the Jeho witness community. She was like, these motherfuckers lied to me. They sent me to hell. Like she was literally, she went through a total spiritual stirring, right? But the takeaway, right, for a Jeho witness to possibly have had that experience would be that, because even Christ taught about this and against this in the scriptures, like that there's a difference between spirituality and legalism. And a lot of religious people are legalistic. They're so detached despite their religious proclamations. They couldn't be more deaf tone to reality, to human connection. They, as Christ spoke against the Pharisees, just white, vain, polished symbols of like they have a form of godliness, but they're not the power thereof. Like their inward is corroded. So, like these experiences of hell are for people maybe who are disjointed in their lives. They've allowed the life experience to scar them up real bad. They've become tense. They've become defensive. They've become cut off. And these experiences can act as an awakening. They can act as a catalyst for people to you know, to do their work and to really deeply reevaluate themselves. They can, you know, I would assume that something as profound as a hellish or a heavenly experience are both very profound experiences that cause a lot of, especially for the hellish ones, a lot of introspectiveness, because you're going to ask yourself some really big questions now that you have had that experience. Like, who the fuck am I? What have I done? You know, to live this way, and that could cause you to go down the rabbit hole of really evaluating your life. Like, how am I really treating people? How am I really treating myself? Like, you know, like what am I really doing? Like, am I really showing up in life? Am I really available? You know, am I really contributing, or am I just existing? Am I just wasting my gifts, wasting my life? So maybe the so-called hellish and heavenly experiences are not, maybe what religion didn't tell us the truth about is that heaven and heaven are real, but these are temporary experiences given. I'm not even gonna say that, but maybe what religion didn't tell us the truth about is that there is a heaven and there is a hell, but
I'm laughing so hard, conscious, because you know my real name is Isaac, is laughter. In a few years on Facebook, I did a meme and I wrote, I said, you know, some of y'all church folks are so bad, when y'all arrive in hell, Satan himself is going to rebuke you. And it's so funny that you said that they had none. That's why I'm laughing so hard. Because I've had that thought. I said, some of y'all bitches that's sitting in church, y'all are so terrible that the devil himself is going to rebuke you for what you did, bitch. And that's why, to me, it's so funny that you said the nun, you know, in hell, she lifted up her eyes, because it really tickled me, because I really have some type of thoughts for real.
And that's what I'm saying about beliefs and why it's like you have people who just knew that they were on the right side of things. They knew, you know, what their T was, and then their NDE had clocked their ass.
And they started fighting against the whole damn system.
Like, I'm talking about, like, this woman had described how she was clinging to the walls of the damn tunnel and shit to try to avoid descending into this damn fiery pit. I mean, this woman was like literally in a full-on panic-stricken state toward the torturous end. Yeah, huh?
Can I put a theory out?
Sure.
I agree with your train of thought, or maybe you was going this way and I was feeling it. Your judgment zone is your passage into this, whatever that realm is. That's the temporary part. And I think the near-death experience is you don't get to decide what you're judged on during that transition. It's just whatever pops up. And if you actually survive that transition, because you know it's a near-death, that has you feeling some type of way. What if you come back feeling you're not worthy? Think about if you're 30 years old. That means you got 40 years old to let that cook. That you probably going to hell if you continue your way. And some people just give up. Right? Like that can be crazy, because that really is supposed to be a one-time journey. You're not supposed to come back and talk about that. Right? You're not supposed to be able to really verbalize that in the mortal realm, if you will. And so what if that is the judgment zone, but during a near-death experience or when you're dying, you know, they always say your life flashes before your eyes. They don't say whether the good parts do. They don't say whether it's the bad parts. What if everything that's flashing before your eyes is all the shit you did that you swore up and down you was to the grave? And maybe that's the mental health, because your body's tensing up, because the last things you're thinking about is all the shit you did. That's the hell.
A lot of NDEs experience a panoramic life review too, and they experience their entirety in full, the good and the bad. But except in these experiences, they are put in the other people's shoes, for better or for worse. So they're able to experience the direct impact of their love and the direct impact of like their foolishness as it relates to other human beings. And that opens up that empathy cavity that, and that's exactly why I say that I think that these hellish experiences, they do have their redeeming qualities. I remember when I had went to this retreat to do ayahuasca a few years ago. The shaman that was over my ayahuasca experience had made it clear to me that they don't believe in like positive and negative as it relates to spiritual experiences, that spiritual experiences are just spiritual experiences, and that whatever a mother ayahuasca revealed to me would be what was necessary for the awakening of my soul, etc. So to just bear open mind, etc. And all of that good jazz. And I know like in hoodoo, there also isn't like a real concept of like good or evil. It's just kind of there's just will and intent and desire, and
there just is.
I think that these I don't know, because I go back and forth about my ideals about heaven or hell. To me, in all my experiences, I can't say that I believe that there is like a heaven or there is a hell. I mean, not in the I don't believe that. I believe that heaven and hell are both in immortal realms, and I think that one's occupants in either one of these dimensions are temporary, and I think that's the part that religion lied about, is the life sentencing that they would have us believe is heaven or hell is actually not there. They have stripped incarnation completely away from the table, especially the Abrahamic faith, because they want to control you through the extremity of believing that only two of these things exist and your state is permanent. And that's exactly why you better be a good boy or a good girl, because you will not. There is not any redeeming quality once you make it to the throne of God, which is a great control mechanism, because we know that terror and fear are instrumental in controlling, you know, human beings, etc. But when I think about God, I never get an image. When I found myself amidst God, all of my experiences, so-called supernatural experiences of God, have not yet provided me a visual. I have just found myself amongst actually a eternal darkness. So I'm going to call God God is a black person. God is a Negro, and God doesn't have a face. And all I'm able to experience in that black space is just profound emotion. And I can't even describe the emotion as good or bad. It's just fucking an outpouring of emotion is what I'm reduced to. It's just pure, raw, intense, like on your face. Seely from The Color Purple as emotion.
Boy, to your mama. So okay, so I've oftentimes had to ask my Christian friends this question, and they would always give me the runaround bullshit answer. And this is the question that I posed to them. And I would say, okay, so you're a Christian? Absolutely. Okay, so you say absolutely. I said, okay, so you believe you're going to heaven? Absolutely. I said, how? How do you know you're going to heaven? Because the Bible tells me so. Okay, well, what if you get there and you're wrong? Well, I can't be wrong. No. It's not up to you. That's the thing that a lot of these religions miss, is that it ain't up to you whether you get in to the spiritual realm or not, whether you go to
the realm that you perceive as heaven or hell. That's an assumption that you're making based upon your own understanding of what you believe to be that's in your scripture. That ain't got nothing to do with whether or not you are going, whether or not you, just because you believe you're going somewhere doesn't necessarily mean that you're going there. So they cannot, and I don't know, actually I do know, but they cannot answer that question because they don't have a clue as to what's beyond that. They only, other than the Bible. And even the Bible doesn't teach that.
Hey, Conscious, did you read any of the stories? Because I don't recall where an NDE was a overwhelmingly positive, blissful experience to the point where the person didn't want to come back?
Oh hell yeah, like that's the majority. It was one experience I was listening to on YouTube where this woman, she had to be begged to return back for her children.
Oh,
she was gonna leave them motherfuckers right there. She was gonna leave them mother. She was gonna leave her goddamn husband, her kids right there in the earth, baby. Like she had to be begged by her ancestors to return back to the earth plane. I actually want to also read some of those experiences, but yeah, the overwhelming consensus amongst those who experienced a heavenly experience did not want to come back. They had to be convinced. Even in the case of I love Pam Reynolds' NDE experience because it literally changed the face of like scientific research around NDEs. Her NDE is all over YouTube. She had to have like brain surgery back in the 90s, and they had to actually saw her head open. They had to stop all of the neurological activity, all of the blood flow, everything. They had to bring everything to a stop. She was clinically dead on the operating table for 2 weeks. I mean, not 2 weeks ago, 2 hours.
Oh my God! He came back as a skeleton.
To be clinically dead for 2 hours with her skull wide open, so that they could remove what you call the shit, a tumor that was like sitting at it was sitting at the base of her brain, so they had to literally go in. And during this time, she had an NDE where she was hovering over the shoulder of the physician. She could hear the conversations happening around her. She could actually observe the equipment that was being used in the room. She then was taken toward the light where she was greeted by one of her uncles who had passed away when she was a young child, who then escorted her all around heaven, where she experienced also other deceased relatives, people that she didn't know who felt familiar to her, etc. And she also had wanted to stay. Her uncle had to convince her to jump back into the body and to return.
Oh, that's right. Well, didn't she experience both then? An OBE and a NDE? Or
yes,
would that be both?
OBEs are a typical manifestations of NDEs.
Oh, okay.
Even though you can have an OBE
without an
meditation and prayer and
Right.
non-defined experiences too.
Okay,
What's
so
OBE?
Out of body experience.
Oh, out of body.
Mhm.
Am I the only one who watched like YouTube NDEs and everything like that? Every time they go to hell, they see Michael Jackson.
I do not watch those. I see those,
That's
but
messed up.
no, I do not watch those goofy ass NDEs.
Oh, that just be, it's my guilty pleasure. I don't know.
I saw Whitney Houston in hell. I saw Michael in hell, Prince in hell, the Pope in hell, Buddha in hell. Yeah, no.
I have another question for you, Conscious. Would you say what was the difference between your experience on ayahuasca versus the magnificent experience you had? Because you've told us about the weed.
Edibles.
Yeah, the edible. But you can tell us about the ayahuasca. What would you say was the difference, your experience? What were you shown, I guess?
My ayahuasca experience was just as intense as my edible experience, but my ayahuasca experience was like way more visualistic, almost like a DMT trip. My edible experience was more emotional based and more feeling based. I actually saw myself fall through the floor in my ayahuasca experience. Like it was a very perceptive experience. I actually like saw myself lift from the body. I saw myself move through the floor. I could see time and space actually stop and then shift like the flipping of a page. It was a very like visualistic experience versus my edible. My edible experience was more emotional based and just wild as hell. But yeah, that was probably the biggest differences. One was far more visualistic, the other was more emotional centered.
Can I ask a question about your astral planing? Your very first experience, like I only attempted once, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did you? I don't know what your first attempt or your second attempt. Like, what was it? What did you do for your successful attempt?
Well, when I first started experiencing the astral plane, it was actually just by way of sleep paralysis, which I was already having naturally. It was my friend who put me on to the fact that my OBEs could be that my sleep paralysis could be a door opening to out-of-body experiences, because at that time I had not heard of OBEs outside of the near-death experience. I didn't know that people could come out of their body just through sleeping or whatever. And I thought that it was the old hag riding you. That's what my family said was happening to me, is that the old hag was riding me at night, etc. So as a result of him telling me that, he gave me some techniques to do. He was like, the next time that you find yourself in sleep paralysis, just actually relax, don't fight it, don't defend yourself against the experience, surrender to it. And then he told me some things that I should probably be able to expect, like maybe some buzzing or lifting feeling, etc. So the next time I had found myself in sleep paralysis, my natural reaction was a knee-jerk one. I was obviously like fighting at first, but then I had remembered that my friend told me that I could be on the onslaught of an OBE. So then I just decided to let go like he told me. And then miraculously, I actually experienced everything he said I would. I began to feel the vibrations, which alone was enough to change my whole life spiritually. Just feeling that single-handedly without any other experience was enough to change my entire life. The level of synergy that was surging through me from head to toe, like I had became the energy itself, was a really, really, really fantastical experience. And then I heard what sounded like static or buzzing bees, and I could tell the channel was so-called changing. The frequency was shifting, and then I felt that fierce lift off, like I just shot off like a fucking rocket, which was exhilarating and also terrifying, because I'm a human being. I'm accustomed to gravity. I'm accustomed to density and to magnetism. I'm used to being bound. I'm not used to a feeling of flying or weightlessness. So it was a terror.
Plus, you're a fixed sign, so that must have been.
Oh yeah, like I was saying earlier, as a Scorpio, I'm just like, this is going against all of my everything, all of my comfortability. It's to just be whisked away and have no control, and I'm taking flight, and then a vortex of stars started swirling in my visual field that turned into what I guess people call the tunnel. And then as I shot through this tunnel of stars or orbs, I found myself against a egg white atmosphere. And so I was just kind of sitting there bobbing against this off-white atmosphere. And lo and behold, I wasn't bobbing against an atmosphere. I was bobbing against the ceiling of my fucking bedroom. And my astral body started to rotate to the point where I could then see that I was hovering above my own body. And then as I zoned in on my body and realized it was my body, and that I also was having this experience of weightlessness, and that I did not need to breathe. I wasn't actually taking a breath. There was no lung capacity, and yet I was existing. I could feel, I could perceive, I could smell, I could move, and yet I did not need to breathe. And then seeing my body was almost like seeing a reverse image of yourself. I was shocked, and it had shocked me so bad. It's my first experience that the shock had slammed me and reconnected me back to my body. And I remember running out of my bedroom at 2:30 a.m., calling my grandmother, and I just cried so profusely. I was literally, it was like culture shock to me. I had never, ever in my life experienced anything of that magnitude, and it just was the beginning of my relationship to sleep paralysis. So when I started doing, to OBEs, when I started doing OBEs intentionally, one of the techniques that really worked for me and that is reliable to this day for me is the sleep interrupted technique. If anybody wants to experience OBEs, I think that that's a great way to do it, which is just that you set your alarm clock for a time that you know you're going to be knocked the fuck out and faded. And all you have to do as a practice, which is what is the hard part about the sleep interrupted technique, is remember to not make any strong movement once you are awakened, which can be hard to remember if you're just coming out of sleep, is remembering that. But if you can remember or train yourself to interrupt your sleep and to wake up, but to remember, okay, not to make any strong movements, try to continue to relax and allow your body to relax, but keep your mind awake. So just allow the body to continue to sit still, relax back into that feeling of tiredness, but try to maintain a level of alertness. And from there, you'll activate sleep paralysis, and you'll actually feel the melatonin like stiffening your muscles. And you'll consciously be alert for all of the stuff. Typically, this process happens once you're asleep. So all of us are astral projecting. We just don't know it because we're typically asleep when this happens. In this case, you're going to be completely lucid for the entire beginning to end process. And so, yep, all of that. And the astral plane has been fantastical. Whenever I want to enter the astral, okay, everybody experiences the astral plane differently. For me, the astral plane is represented as a shining honeycomb, and these various pockets within the honeycomb act as dimensions. I know other people experience the astral plane differently. Another way I can enter the astral plane is walking through a mirror or a reflective surface, etc. So, it's all of that shit.
I used to date this guy, and now mind you, this is years ago, so we were like teens. And he was like into all of that, and I was just like, this nigga's crazy, to be honest, And then he'd be like, I'm gonna astral plane, I'm gonna come see you, right? And so part of me be like, okay, I get off the phone and I be like, I'm going to sleep, you know what I'm saying? But then there'd be a part of me like waiting at the door, like wait, like is this nigga going to get him? So I'm gonna come see you. I'm like, oh man.
And he could come and see you, or while you changing out that bra, switching out them pantyhose. Just get all up in your shit, invade your privacy completely undetected.
One thing you said.
How you doing now, child?
One thing you said earlier about sleep paralysis is that you would hear laughing, like mockery. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, about how the entity.
Yeah, I experienced that as a child, but as an adult having sleep paralysis, I've never heard it again. So when you heard it, because I've never actually, I've looked up sleep paralysis and they give general things that can happen. And one of them is auditory, like that, like laughing. And I wonder what would be the difference between experiencing sleep paralysis where you're hearing a mockery, laughing at you, whereas as an adult, I'm experiencing sleep paralysis as just a feeling.
No, you say a feeling
feeling things like tingly all over my body. or a specific part of my
Those are
body.
the vibrations that I was talking about. And they can range from mild to extreme, depending on the level of consciousness that you're at the time that you.
But I wonder what's laughing.
Now, I've never heard of the laugh thing or the laughter thing. Are you saying that you are the one who's laughing?
No.
Something else outside of you seems to be laughing.
Right.
Okay. That may be more entity oriented. I know in my case it was. There's a lot of beliefs even around this idea of like spirits and shit. You know, because Carl Jung kind of unpacked the ego as like the super ego, and then there's just the regular ego, and then we all have this like shadow side that's represented to us, and that is what becomes the demons we experience, or that presence we feel when we have to tingle in the middle of the night and we're on our way back through a dark hallway and we feel this presence looking at us or menacing us or stalking us, or that feeling we get when we stare off into the darkness. And then there's the belief that actual independent principalities and spirits exist beyond this compartmentalized self. So the laughing thing, I don't know, but I know what the fuck I do when I hear it, and that's call upon the name of Jesus. That's it ain't no reason why nothing should be laughing at me while I'm scared as hell.
Yeah, Shauna, that's
unless it's God getting a big ass laugh at our pussy ass selves. I don't know.
That's
I will say this, right?
Maybe we're the ones not in on the cosmic joke. Like, you know, how dare these children of mine that they're scared of home? Like, are you like you're really convinced you're a fucking human being? Like, how sad and pathetic.
Did you and nigga, you say you believe low I'm with you always? Clearly not, bitch, because you scared. You know, you laughing at I'm here. Matter of fact, I'm here with you, looking at you being scared.
The scriptures constantly say, fear not, fear not, fear not, fear not. That was something that helped me to overcome like the multiverse as well, which I had access through through astral projection, was realizing that I come from this place, that actually I should feel more foreign in this body and in this land than I do elsewhere in my consciousness, that the realm or the kingdom in which is unknown or unseen, or these quantum realities, really is what we're calling heaven and hell in the astral plane, that these are our kingdoms, that's our actual home. We come from the quantum reality. Like, we don't exist in this way, but because we are so socialized away from our spiritual nature and our spiritual selves, we are afraid of, you know, we create the boogeyman, we create the fear of the darkness, we create the fear of the unknown because of just that. It's just the fucking unknown. But if you hear that mockery again, you can either speak to it confidently or you can rebuke it. You can even see if you can engage in dialogue. But if you hear that laughter and it terrifies you and it scares you, whatever mechanisms you utilize to bring yourself peace, whether that's a religious name or a deity, or you cling into the love of your mother, or whatever it is that you use, like in your time of fear, is something that I would encourage you to employ at a moment like that.
I don't know if that happened to me as a child, but I never heard it again as an adult. So I don't know why.
It might have been something that was with you only as a child. Because I know that there were certain things that I've only experienced in my adolescence that I haven't experienced again. Like, for instance, when I was younger, probably between 5 and 12, I used to be able to lay in my bed at night and I could hear a multitude of whispers in the upper atmosphere above me. And I would just lay in my bed and just try to discern a word, a sentence of what I was hearing. And I could never make out anything that sounded English to me. It would just be this swell of whispering, like this. And I would just listen to this until I fell asleep at night. I wouldn't be necessarily scared. it was just, I'm just more inquisitive and curious about what this was, and just interested in these voices. And then like after 12 or 13, as I began to just get more cemented into puberty and all of that, I stopped hearing that, and I never heard it again from that point on. So it might have been something.
I'm sorry, this whole conversation, I'm gonna revisit the health thing. And the reason being is because I had someone who was staying with me at one point, right? Here in this house. This was years ago. And I had started to see what I was calling puffs of smoke going in and out of my wall, black. And I said, oh, that's it. You're crazy. You see stuff, because that's how I viewed it at the time, right?
Yeah.
We were having breakfast, and she was like, you have shadows going in and out of your wall. I said, you see them? She said, yeah. I said, what color are they? She said, black. So I was like, oh, shit. This is beyond me. I'm going to go to the Botanica, right? Went to the Botanica, told them. They gave me I did some candle work, right? Then, after the candle work, I saw them, and they weren't completely white, more like a very light gray, but white, I saw them in and out. And I said, have you seen I was calling them smoke. She was saying shadows. I said, have you seen the shadows? And she was like, yeah. I said, what color are they? And she said white or whatever. And I was like, okay. So then soon after, I had to get her out of my house, right? I haven't seen anything remotely close to that since then. But I will never forget, because it's one thing when you are dealing with something spiritual on your own, like you have your own spiritual experience, you have some, but when someone can attest to it, and I didn't ask her, it's not, I could see if I asked her about it, but the fact that she brought it to me.
To you, yeah. Unbiasedly.
Right. Exactly. I can't get past that. And I just revisited that thought just now, like, what was that? You know what I'm saying? What was it? And I remember at the time her mother was wanting her to move with her to Baltimore. She was going through something. Her mother was like, all I see is darkness. All I see is darkness. I wanted to come home. I wanted to come home. And I was just like, what the freak is going the fuck on? Soon thereafter, I put her out. I gave her a bus ticket, like you could go to your mom's or whatever. She didn't go, but she had to go. And I hadn't seen it since. So I just wondered, like, about what was she dealing with, what was around her, what was in my house, the whole bit.
Well, smoke is interesting. I know that smoke is associated with demons, but they're also associated with jinns. Jinns are not evil. They kind of range in personality and ethics, kind of like the human population do. So some jinns are full of shit and deceitful and maniacal, and other jinns are, loving and helpful. And a lot of times when they manifest as pillars of smoke or puffs of clouds, etc. I remember.
Nobody misunderstood. I'm sorry. She's saying it'd be us creating those spirits. That is where I was with it until she brought it to me. We're both seeing the same thing. It's not like, here's my spiritual experience. I was battling with a rubbery entity, or I heard laughter, or what. Two people are experiencing the same thing. That's when it's very, very different, in my opinion.
Great, because you have confirmation. That's not confirmation bias. Then you have confirmation that's actually tangible, that something that can be quantifiable. Because you have some compare and contrast there, and that.
She's not understanding. We weren't both talking about it. We weren't talking about entities or anything like that. I'm seeing smoke. I'm thinking I am schizophrenic at this point. She's saying to me, she's telling me what she sees. And I'm like, you see them too? It wasn't at the same time.
Yes.
You understand? It wasn't the
It's
same.
like it's like you seeing a ghost and keeping it to yourself, but somebody else acknowledging that they saw a ghost in the same place. It's like, okay, we both saw the
You got a
same
lady
thing.
walking around with a plaid skirt. You seen the lady with the plaid skirt?
That's happened to me at like certain parts of my jobs because I live in San Antonio, even though I'm from New Orleans, and I'm on a lot of indigenous land. And the feelings that I feel when I'm in certain arenas like the Alamo Dome or the AT&T Center, and it be things that I'm not gonna even say anything about certain lights or doors. I'm like, okay, I see, and I would check going on, and then somebody else, a coworker, I will be walking with them, and they would stop and ask me, "Hey, did you ever notice that when you go by section such and such and such and such, that this restroom don't open or this light flickers on and off, and it's not a motion sensor? Is it be like I'm like, okay, yeah, you see that it's not. I'm like, okay, I know it's not just me. I know because I smoke, and I'm like, okay, I know it ain't just me being high. I know I'm not that fucking high. When I know somebody else outside of them not even knowing that I had that experience and they just up and telling me, I said, okay, it's confirmation. It's just not confirmation bias.
You and your coworker were high as fuck. Okay, that's what that is.
Yes.
Y'all were high as
No, I don't think no. It be from people. I'm telling you, like it be some other things to where you don't say anything about it to anyone, and someone else come and bring it up to you. You know,
I'm gonna tell you a perfect example of this. I'm gonna tell you a perfect example of this shit. I had a shared astral projection experience with my cousin Daniel. He's the other pussy popper in the family. He's the other mutant in the family. And he and I both had fell asleep, and we had fell asleep on my bed, and I was having astral projection, a partial astral projection experience. I had awakened. I had hovered maybe about just a few meters above my physical body, and I could see like the whole room was kind of like vibrating, and I saw the number 5 come from out of the left part of my visual field, and it just kind of galloped across the Serengeti of my visual field, and then it kind of backed itself. Once it got to the center of my visual field, it backed up into the wall and disappeared. I had woke up. My cousin had woke up, and my cousin was, I just had the craziest fucking dream. And I said, what did you dream? He said, I dreamt I was in a hotel and you had called me. And when I answered the phone, you kept saying 5, 5, 5. And the whole fucking hotel room was just shaking and shaking and shaking. Now, I had not even communicated to him at this point that I had just came out of an astral projection experience and the entire room was shaking. And I saw the number 5 as clear as day float into my visual field. And here it was. I was experiencing that through astral projection, and he was experiencing it through his dream state.
Are y'all sure y'all wasn't high?
Me and my I don't get high for one, and he don't smoke. He and I have had some really amazing spiritual experiences, and that's probably because, I mean, he's a fellow Scorpio as well. I'm sure that there's like some cosmic tie that we both have as well, because people incarnate in packs. That's why we come in with the families we do. We find the friends we find, the mates we find, the children we find. All that shit is, premeditated and pre-designed, etc. So he and I are very perceptive, and we're both very sensitive to subtle energies. And so oftentimes we would find ourselves, like, he was the kind of person that if I thought of a song, he would start singing it out loud. Or we could predict what each other would say before we say it. Or we knew,
finishing sentences.
Finishing each other's sentences, etc. Yeah, like that very psychic connection, which I realized for me, I don't know about y'all, and I was telling because y'all remember I had just did a live stream like a month or two ago where I had read Larry's mind. Now Larry was in Atlanta at this point. I was in Alabama on my couch, knocked the fuck out, and I literally projected accidentally into his mind and heard him obsessing over cigarettes, and I had no context for what the fuck he was talking about or what the fuck that was about. And when I came to, I immediately called him and was like, what relevance is cigarettes to you? He was like, 2 hours ago, I had saw a commercial about cigarettes that caused me to do a deep dive on the way that cigarettes impact the body and the lungs. And I went on this whole like 2 hour long rabbit hole of cigarettes. And I'm like, nigga, I literally projected into your mind because I heard a multitude of his thoughts. But then, and as I focused in to what I was hearing, I heard cigarettes, 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 and it's all I kept hearing until I came to and come to find out he had been obsessing over cigarettes and the study of cigarettes for 2 hours, and he had not even communicated that to nobody. He had not said that to anybody. He had not made a post about it. He had not spoken to anybody physically in his environment about it. This was only something that he intimately knew that he was doing and that he had fixated his consciousness on. And somehow I had lined up on that spectrum of thought through this trance experience I woke up to and heard his thoughts. And so I noticed for me, my empathy is connected to my psychicness. If I am like, the more connected I am to a person, the more deep their relationship is, the more intimate the relationship is, the more perceptive I am. The more I can pick up on their reality, on their feelings, on their thoughts. I could see their present, I could see their future, etc. So all of my close friends, like Reckless, Larry, etc., like anybody that I'm like super close with, my family, my nieces and nephews, that's how it is for me amongst all of them. I'm less perceptive, you know, if I don't have a relationship to the target or to the participant. But the more intertwined I am with the target, the more perceptive I actually am. But
have you been able to do that again?
Yeah, that actually it happened. It actually happened 2 weeks ago between me and Larry again. But once again, it was unintentional. It was unintentional, and I had picked up on something that he was actually worrying about and had been worried about, that I was actually surprised that he was actually worried about. And I had came out of that experience and had him confirm to me what I had perceived and heard in his consciousness. And once, I don't know why I keep ending up on, I don't know why that keeps happening per se, but it is. So what I have started doing now is taking the information that I'm picking up on and doing some session as it relates to prayers and so forth when it comes to picking up on some of this stuff, especially when the stuff in the area of like worry and concern or stress, etc. So yeah,
I can remember when I was about 14 or 13 years, no, 15. I was about 15 years old. I had two different dreams. The first dream was weird as fuck, and it scared the fuck out of me. So in this dream, I was standing on some sort of I was in a building. I don't know what building it was. I don't remember how it got there, but I was in a building. I walked outside the building and every fucking thing was on fire. Like the clock was on fire. Everybody done died. And I'm like, what the hell is going on up in here? And all of a sudden I looked up and I saw the moon
transformed itself into a hawk. And there's this ginormous figure walking the earth. And I'm like, what the hell? Well, what's going on up in here? So there were 4 other people that had came and got me. And we was all driving in a Jeep on this windy ass road. And this figure was just stomping. And then from that dream, I jumped right into another dream where I was in a cell of some sort. It's not really a dungeon, but it's a dungeon. Like it had the whole damn dungeon scene and all of that good shit. And then a demon, I guess it was a demon or maybe it was a spirit. But I would kill that motherfucker over and over and over again. And again, we'd just get right back up and go through it again. And I would do it again. I'm like, And so I woke up. That scared the little fuck out of me. I had called to the nurse station. I said, y'all need to come on through here and come and help me. Because I am scared out of my mind. And my roommate at the time, and is also my best friend, like, Willie, are you okay? I'm like, no, this is freaking scary as hell. Now, keep in mind, me and my best friend had been talking about heaven and hell earlier in the evening. And we were just bouncing off different scriptures, bouncing off different ideas between the two of us about the heaven and hell situation. And he had brought up, well, Willie, you know, in the book of Revelation, it does talk about the 7 churches and all that good shit, and that we are, when we get ready to go to go back up there to see him again, it's gonna be some shit. And I'm like, yeah, you right. And he was like, yeah. So I have went to 5 different pastors during that time. And I had explained to them what that dream was and what it, and the moon transforming into this bright light into a cloth, and this giant figure clothed in white coming onto heaven, coming from heaven onto the earth, stomping like a motherfucking giant. What the hell? And none of the pastors that I had went to could give me an answer. And they would always say the same thing, which was, Willie, you need to pray to God. God. I get no answer. I need some answers here. So needless to say, I still ain't got no answer to those 2 dreams.
And you probably won't. And you probably won't until you actually go to a dream expert, because back in the heyday of the church, there were actually like trained mystics who specialize in translating tongues and dreams. It ain't something that just anybody can do, regardless of their religious title. That's an actual area of expertise, and it's a nuanced area of study. So you probably would need to go to either a mystic or aka a psychic, or a dream interpreter who could translate that for you, because all these symbols and signs, they have their own independent meanings, but then also depending on a lot of times when we decide or when we have these dreams, they can correlate to certain events and where we are at our point in time in life. Like, I didn't realize that, like, I used to have a lot of apocalyptic dreams as a teenager, and I was actually going through a rough time as a teenager. And I would have a lot of like very apocalyptic, end of the world, like God has come back to judge type dreams that would terrify me. And I initially thought what any person would think logically, that, oh, like the end of the world is upon thee. But come to find out, that those dreams were a response to my inability to feel that I had control or agency in my life, that my life was actually kind of like out of control, and I did not feel at all in control of the circumstances. And once I became like aware of that, and I was given the tools to actually rectify that, I actually stopped having those types of dreams, which were just a result of the apocalypse I was experiencing in my actual life.
So I have one more dream, and I'm gonna shut the hell up. This next dream I remember very vividly because I was speaking to my aunt, and my aunt is like the spiritualist in the family, and you would probably love her, Conscious, because y'all would get on like whack in the room, okay? So the dream starts out with me walking in a line, and it was me and like thousands of people. And I noticed everybody was in white. Everybody was dressed in white in like a white gown. And we were all headed up to this mountain, but this mountain was covered in some type of cloud. And we get up there. Everybody is sitting in a circle, but there is a hole right in the center of this freaking mountain. What the hell? And
that sounds like the intro to Wakanda, bro. Like dead ass.
Ooh.
So, but out of the mountain that had a hole in it came this giant fucking man. And
are you sure, William, that I wasn't trade pulling out of you in doggy style?
Oh boy, shut up.
You said a big man pulling out of a hole. I mean, maybe
I was about 15. What the hell?
I don't niggas who been pussy popping since they been 8.
Well, yeah. But I actually no. This you threw my fucking brain off.
Just like you did mine. I wanted to get my damn lick back when you. But I was talking about my fucking experience.
Motherfucker. Well, I had to fuck with you since you don't know how to call a bitch back. Anyway, but no, for real. Like off to the side, I saw like a book. And then when I looked up, everybody was gone. I'm the only one standing there. And I woke up. It's a motherfucking dream that had me going, oh my God. Does that mean I'm the only one left, Jesus? What the hell's going on here? So I went to my aunt, and my aunt said, this could be a reference to your spiritual consciousness. I said, because you know I'm ignorant. I said, spiritual, what you talking about? She said, okay, listen, nephew. Your spiritual consciousness is like that thing that you have, that is not something that can be activated via your consciousness. Like you actually have to, there are certain visions and certain dreams that can only be activated through the spiritual consciousness. And when you fell asleep that night and you saw all of those signs, that could be a message for you. I said, but auntie, everybody fucking left. I was the only one. She said, yeah, you were the only one. Now, what the fuck do you think that meant?
I believe that shit, bro. Yeah, bro. You listen to your gut. Our angel, yeah, Kev. Yeah, dog. Always trust it. My man.
So
sounds like it sounds like in both of the dreams, right?
that's
It
actually the
sounds
third
like,
dream.
huh?
This is the third dream.
Oh wait, I must have missed one. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you fine. Go ahead.
But at least in two of them, it was both like a giant in there, right?
Both of them had giants, and I'm sitting up here thinking,
And
what the fuck is going on?
That's typical of like your thoughts on obstacles, right? And then maybe like with the one where everybody left, it seems like maybe you feel like as if everybody's able to get over their obstacles better than or more than you do. And then you have a mountain, which also I'm not sure about mountain, but I know the giant one is like obstacles, like when you like see shrimp in your dream or something like that. That's like feeling insignificant. Like there's certain like symbols in dreams that like once you like if I go to this I put in dream dictionary and there's a site called like dream moods, and you can like put in like every little piece of your dream, right? Like the hawk, the moon, the giant, the dark, everything, right? And once you start to see the symbols and you realize what's going on in your life at the time, you could kind of piece it together what it means. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I would suggest that you start looking into like the dream dictionary anytime you have like one of those dreams that are like really like out there and you can't figure it out. I'm fairly lucid in my dreams. Like let's say if I seen that giant or whatever, I'll take off flying if I feel like I can't get away fast enough. Like I'll be like, oh, I gotta get the hell up out of here. You know what I mean?
But here's the thing: the giant wasn't coming towards me; it was walking in the opposite direction, as if I'm not the main player. Like I'm just a witness to all of what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And when there's this when it came to the mountain, like I said, it was billions of people that was going up to that mountain. And once we got up to that mountain, like I said, everybody was sitting in a circle. And I saw this contraction. It was more like a cage that shot up out of this mountain that had a hole right in the middle of it. And this giant man with a white beard and white hair, he wasn't Caucasian at all, I don't think. But he had a gown as well.
Did you see the Black Hebrew Israelite Jesus? Because that's what it kind of sounds like. Like what they describe Yahshua. Some of the, they describe Yahshua. Like that sounds like something like I've heard in Hebrew, and I've seen the imagery of that, like online of what you're describing, like the spaceships or something from a mountain, and it's the image of a bearded Negro genophenotype man, and he's sitting. Yeah, that the dream. I'm saying it's a dream, but I've seen that imagery outside of your dream. Like that imagery is very much visible among Black Hebrew Israelites and even some Islamic. That image of what they call the Most High or Allah, Yahshua, however you slice the cookie.
I honestly, I that dream is still so vivid to me, and it still plays like a wildfire, because still to this day I'm still trying to figure out the symbolism behind like that particular dream, and I still have yet to really understand it, because when I tell you both of them giants scared the fuck out of me. Child. I couldn't.
Maybe both of those giants were both aspects of your overinflated ass ego.
Maybe.
I just looked it up, and it's funny because it says like when you're walking on a mountain, it said when you dream about walking on like rocks or mountain, whatever, is a sign to like not be too arrogant, something like that.
Boom.
If you on something conscious, child.
As always. Cracking the case.
So what's the so say it again? I missed the last part.
It was saying that like when you're walking on like a rock or whatever, it could be a sign to not be too arrogant or boastful. And
that makes more sense because, girl, I was very boastful and very bossy. Oh my god! Oh, I
I
ran
love
that
how you use the word. I love how you use the word was.
That Dream Moods book, I'm telling, like, or you could get it, you could access it online. It really, like, you'll be sitting there like, what the hell was that dream or whatever, and then you'll go in there and you just pick it apart, and you know, if you got a little journal or whatever, you just write down everything that you could remember, because sometimes you can't remember the whole dream. So you know there was a circle, you know there was a giant, you know there was a mountain, you know there was a, you know, a hole, you know you was alone, you know you was with people, you know there was a straight line, and you just go line.
Oh, it was a whole lot.
Now, sometimes it'd be like, if you see a crooked line, if you see a straight line, if you see this line, it'll give you more than just one line, you know, so you could go to the one that you're looking for.
Here's another thing about dreams is too. I would encourage everyone to keep a dream journal. One of my friends named Mike, he kept a dream journal for like 6 years, and one day he had pulled out his dream journal, and I think the last time at that point that he had even wrote or cataloged, and it probably had to be a few years. And we was just sitting around, just, you know, chilling or whatever. And do you know that we spent 3 hours going through this boy's dream journal from like 6, 7 fucking years ago? And do you know that this man did not even realize that the majority of the dreams he had experienced had actually become physical experiences? And had he not looked at his dream journal, he would have never known that the majority of his dreams were actually prophetic.
Wow.
Yeah, it blew our matter of fact, there was what blew our face off was that there was even a event that was cataloged in his dream journal that he and I attended.
Wow.
He dreamed of something that was 6, 7 years out. A event that wasn't even created until 6, 7 years out from when he had cataloged it in the dream journal. Dream journals are important. That's what inspired me to maintain a dream journal, because our future is also in those fucking dreams.
I've had it happen. My ex who was murdered, I had a dream that he was like getting into this argument at this grocery store, like, but it was like heated, like there was guns drawn, and he went running towards he was running towards something. It was like a in the dream it was like a wall or whatever, but he was trying to get away from them. And then I had another one. It was like a dream vision. You know how like it's not sleep paralysis, but you're like dreaming, but you're up, like it's like in between. And
daydreaming.
Yeah. And I saw him. Why am I
Somebody got an echo. I think it's on I think it's IG line.
Oh, my apologies.
I'm gonna come out and come back in. Is it still doing it?
Yeah, still doing it.
And then I had another one where I saw him and he was on the concrete, gray and naked. And when he was murdered, he was coming out of a grocery store, and he got robbed, and they took his like to get his wallet and stuff. I don't understand why they took the pants down, but that's how he passed. And I was just like, that's just wild. Like, I knew when I had the dreams, it felt prophetic. Like sometimes I wake up and I was like, that's just a bunch of mishmash. And then sometimes I wake up and I'm like, that's dream means something. Like that dream is some kind of way prophetic. And another time I had a dream. I was with my guy at the time, and I woke up and I was like, I had this dream, and I was telling him about the dream or whatever. And then he tells me that what I dreamt, he tells me the story about what I dreamt. Like it was an event that happened in his life. And it's not just something like he's like, trying to gaslight me or whatever. Someone else told me that like the story as well. Like it was like a situation that happened. And I was like, wow, like he was like, and then one time he was talking to somebody, he was like, oh, you don't even tell her nothing. She already knows or whatever. But I had kind of like freaked him out with that a little bit. Because I guess he was trying to keep those nuggets to himself. But the whole thing, from the people that was involved to just everything, like it was just crazy. And I was like, and then so-and-so came in, and then we was doing laundry, whatever. And so then he was just like, well, when this, that incident, well, I went to the laundromat the next day and I saw who you just said. Like, it was crazy. Like, so the whole spiritual realm is just fascinating. Like, it is just super duper fascinating. But listen, I just realized today is my dad's birthday, and I'm getting ready to spend a little bit of time with him. He's no longer here, but I'm getting ready to spend a little bit of time with him before I go to bed. So I'll talk with you all later.
But sending you like in love and tell Dad I said hello.
I will. I'll talk with you all soon. Have a beautiful.
Okay, boo. That was the Tea Lounge. Make sure you guys subscribe to the Tea Lounge over.
I love having this conversation.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to your beloved father.
Yeah, happy birthday to Daddy.
Yes. Okay. You in heaven or hell, Daddy? Anyway,
you know what? Heaven it is.
All right.
All right, y'all. That was the tea, y'all. Yeah, dreams are crazy. I'm a dreamer too. Like I'm an active dreamer. I dream probably almost every night. I'm dreaming of something crazy as hell or mundane as hell, but definitely dreaming. Are you an active dreamer, Tyrus? Like, do you have paranormal experiences? Because you kind of been mighty quiet toward this portion of the conversation.
I go out of my way to not dream. It's one of the reasons I smoke, because I don't dream when I'm big. I don't want to get into it.
Here you go, getting all declassified and shit.
I might be wrong, but I'm gonna have a hunch because I had a thought about somebody. Tyrus, do you smoke to prevent yourself from seeing things that you don't want to see? And
that's what it sounds like.
And the things that you see, you don't like the fact that I don't want to be right. I don't want to have the intuition about what I'm seeing. But does marijuana kind of help deter that?
Yeah, amongst other things.
Yeah. Okay. It's funny because I had a thought. It's funny you because a friend of mine that I haven't talked to, he has amazing foresight and dreams, and he has to keep his mind inebriated in a way. If not, he will have very accurate predictions. Like very accurate predictions about things. He doesn't like going to bed too often sober, because if he does, he will see things that he didn't ask to see that manifests here in life. So I was just curious.
And what's funny about that IG is, for me, it's the opposite. I stem away from smoking because it send me all the way out there, and I'm like, I already be going through the craziness and the paranormal soberly. Because my last two experiences proved that, like the edible and the ayahuasca experience proved that those things only escalate the shit for me. So not smoking is how I maintain like my levelness. Like the only time I can see myself honestly smoking again or doing, because one of my friends trying to convince me to do another edible because he wanted to be able to record and document the experience and catalog it, for for research purposes, because he's now studying like trance experience, like hypnosis and the trance state and all of that. And so I was thinking about being his guinea pig or whatever. But yeah, I could only see myself doing another edible or smoking is if I like need to really make contact. But I don't really be coming across too many times where I be needing to go beyond what I already am capable of achieving just through contemplative prayer. But that shit takes me out there. Like everybody that I talk to about edibles was just like, bitch, I ain't never had no fucking experience like that. I'm like, yeah, because for me it's like it just, it don't give me powers, it just superpowers the powers. Like, you know, like it just takes me on through. For everybody else, I don't know, like like a lot of people was just like, even my friend who he wasn't even, he didn't get high at all, like he wasn't even high period, and we both took him at the same time and everything, but he had already told me before we had did him that he has done edibles before and they did not have any impact on him, but that's because he probably has a high tolerance because he's like, oh, he's a weed head in general. So
it varies, like for me too, it's like, because it's like, see, the way that with spirit, it's like there are things that I'm like, okay, I have to be put in positions to where it's like, okay, I cannot logically explain this. Like I've carefully thought about this so much to where I'm like, wait a minute. I don't have no logical explanations as to why I had the intuition for this. I don't know why. I don't have the logical explanation as to how I was able to connect that. Because the way that how I am too, with my spirituality, I'm like, well, wait a minute, because some of it does have to kind of, I'm not gonna say has to, but it's just where you get that confirmation here that's connected, to what you are seeing on that side. And that, that kind of answers my question too, because like I said, sometimes when I do travel, as I'm lucid, as I'm waking up, like I'll be up in my bed and I'll be getting up and I can still see where I was at. But then it's the weirdest thing. It's like emotion, like things kind of shift back to, okay, I know where I was at, but then I'll get up and I know I'm in my room and I'll be like, well, what, and it's like when you travel because you're part of your consciousness, and that's the thing too. I'm like, the person that y'all talking to now, like who I, like my awareness, that's who goes to the other realms. It's not like it's an alter ego. This consciousness is who goes to the other realms, who does the travel. And a lot of people, like you said, conscious, don't realize that they're doing it because they're thinking they're just sleeping.
yeah, a lot of people, I mean, some researchers consider dreams to be unconscious. I mean, unconscious OBEs in the astral plane, or unconscious astral plane experiences, etc. But some people argue that the astral plane realm is different from the dream realm. So I don't know, it's very.
And then you're doing time travel sometimes too. That's the gag too, because sometimes you don't travel to another plane outside this realm. No, what you dream and see is very physical. You just get a sense of a different time. You see something happen in this space just at a different time, or
Typically your nightmares, that's when you time travel the most, because there's something memory, like a flashback or a trigger or like a very violent event that your brain has developed like a protection against. But unfortunately, you're going to experience that through nightmares and everything like that.
I fucking hate nightmares.
So much other shit.
Yeah, I could
The
totally.
dream that I was telling you about with the demon, that dream was a fucking nightmare. Because it just kept happening over and over, and the motherfucker just would not die.
Well, that could also be some people's hell. Is the repetitious experience of like your worst imaginable fear. I remember a part of my edible experience involved me being put in a loop in the car. I was in a loop experience where my friend kept making the same decision over and 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 over again, and I was trapped in that moment infinitely. And it was hilarious every time that he made the dumbass decision he was making, and I was just like laughing hysterically. And it just kept happening and happening and happening and happening so much that at some point my analytical mind had tapped in, and I was like, wait a minute, like this is unnatural. How am I experiencing the same fucking moment over and over and over? And it's the exact same moment, not even like a variation of it. It's the exact same moment that's on fucking loop. And then that's when I realized that something was happening. And then I remember screaming out, like, why the fuck can I get out of this loop? And then that's when my experience had went to the next level. Like that's when kind of me and God intersected, is when I asked that question. So yeah,
I got oh, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have a quick story. You know, y'all tell me what you think about it. I'd never been under like anesthesia before.
Mm-hmm.
So I had this couple months ago, I signed up for my colonoscopy, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to make sure I was excited for it for the health reasons, but also I wanted to experience something. I would make sure I was very present and open to an experience under propofol. So they wheeled me in, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I woke up and it was interesting. Information started being revealed to me. And one, I felt, as soon as I woke up, I'm like, oh, I felt like I went somewhere. Just like when you wake up, you're like, oh, I had a dream. You were somewhere else. And then I remember seeing 5 figures. First, I was like 4 or 5. I wasn't really sure, but I'm like, I think I drew a picture for my friend because I asked her what she thought about it, and she thought it was an out of body experience. But I kept having envelope. These 5 people were in an envelope, so there were like 5 people just placed standing or figures in an envelope. So I'm like, well, was it my grandparents, or I couldn't figure out what it was. So then I'm like, well, maybe it was an out of body experience. I wear glasses, but they don't let you wear your glasses when you roll you in the room. So I couldn't see. I have horrible vision. I've been wearing glasses since I was 7. So, and I'm now 49. So I couldn't see anybody, but I was trying to remember how many people I recall, and I could only get to 4 people.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, well, I remember we got this care package after everything was done. And I opened it up and I saw that there were signatures, they're like thanking me for coming to whatever center, blah, blah, blah. And I counted them and there were 5 names there. So I'm not sure what I experienced, though. I think it was something, but I don't know if it was either it was an out of body experience or it was something else.
Dreams are really interesting because they can feel like a little bit of everything. Sometimes you don't know whether you were in the body, out of the body. Sometimes they can have such a lucidity to them that they almost feel real than reality actually did. So dreams are really interesting in terms of the perception and all of that. But I wish that we had more known dream interpreters in the world, because that's the one thing that we all do as human beings is most of us, we dream, and we're going to dream at some point. and there is a lot of interesting information and data and experience in our dreams. Some people were able to perceive that they were coming down with an illness, or even able to find the cure to their illness through dream surfing or dream interpretation. I know of, I don't know personally, but this astral projector by the name of gosh, I forgot his fucking name actually. He's a black master projector. But
Conscious.
Huh?
Can you pull up Kevin's comment?
They don't make edibles like they used to 6 years ago. They used to be available to buy a 420 chocolate bar, and these potent candies and brownies would have you in a coma, awake, or sleep. You can't move.
Y'all can't already be sounding like some old timers when it comes to edibles. Like, they don't make edibles like they used to. Like, damn, bro, that sound like them fucking dudes that whined about, oh, their rock music. This is the Satan worshiping shit. Kev, come on, man. Edibles has not been around that long for us to be grumpy old men about that shit.
Well, probably in the marijuana community they have been.
Oh yeah, and the 70s, 80s movement, niggas was putting it in tea and Kool-Aid and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was so many other ways.
And lollipops. I mean, there's always been a thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna make me.
I think he need to be telling Utah Roots that weed is not a new thing. It's not a new phenomenon. Marijuana usage been around forever. Hello.
Yes.
And many forms, many.
Even Mary is agreeing though, saying that they truly don't make them like they used to. I mean, like, do y'all mean that because like it's a lot of like synthetic stuff on the market? I mean, like,
there's a lot of crazy ass names that don't mean anything.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, you really gotta, unfortunately, there's a lot of saturation, so you really gotta weed through the products. I don't think the product has gone down. I just think there's a lot of saturation.
Yeah. That's why I tell people, it's like, okay, fuck the name. Is it sativa or indica? Is it a body? Is it a depressant? Or is it
up or a
stimulant?
downer? Mm-hmm.
That's what I need to know. I don't give a damn what you name it. Yeah, in the flavor profile. Okay, I need my sativa because the bitch gotta, when I gotta go to the plant station, gotta work. I got sativa. Now tonight I've had indica. I ain't going nowhere. You heard me, so I'm on indica tonight.
Feeling real floaty.
like sometimes I gotta be honest. I'm a little bit scared when my weed looks like Christmas trees. I'm a little bit worried sometimes. I'm like,
when they look like Christmas trees.
I get that plain gas.
So you and IG are like are regular smokers. Like, y'all kind of smoke on a regular, I guess.
I do. I'm a believer.
I'm just like there's functioning alcoholics. I'm a functioning stoner. Really helps with my mood because the VA meds don't cut it.
I was a functioning stoner, like, even though that was like 8-9 years ago. I was like, oh damn. See, I wasn't smoking weed in high school, and I was like a C student in high school. Shit, I was smoking weed in college. I was like, god damn, I'm withholding a 3.7, 3.5, and I'm not, and I ain't saying just because of the weed, but I just noticed. I was like, I could absorb with sativa. I absorb way more information. Like, I'm able to keep and retain a lot more information. A lot of stuff that I'm able to quote, I read. I read pretty high and researched it, and then I was able to retain a little more information. Now I might forget some other shit, like some short-term shit. Sometimes I ain't even gonna hold you, but things that I really are significant and important. I noticed that when I smoked, but I went to college late, like 27 years old. And you know what I'm saying? I noticed that, damn. So I mean, it just it just depends for certain people. There's some things that I tell people all the time. Shit, alcohol is perfectly legal. I don't think every nigga needs to have a drink. It depends on your chemistry reaction. I love marijuana. Do I think every nigga needs to smoke? Absolutely not. You might have a different chemical reaction when that THC hits your ass. You might smoke a joint and want to kill and grape everybody. No, you might not need that.
Yeah, see, I was gone. I was like, I was even functional when I was on the edible. I had to be damn thrown over somebody's shoulder and carried upstairs into the hotel. I was completely immobilized. It was wild. I was gonna ask you though, Tyrus, because I know like you a veteran and stuff, and you've been in the military. My friend has been. I'm talking about like he's been putting me up on game about hypnosis and shit, and there's been so many miracles done when it comes to hypnosis. Have you thought about hypnosis as a alternative to curing up any PTSD? I know that Doja Cat was recently in an interview, and she actually went to a hypnotherapist to cure her nicotine addiction, and she was able to do that in one session. I know people who have cleared up their depression and anxiety and everything through the power of hypnosis. Like, have you considered that?
Man, I've considered it. There, sometimes the VA programs will have like pilot programs for things like that. I know some of my battle buddies in different states like Texas, they'll have some of those programs and things like that. I'm admittedly sometimes when it comes to that, I'm a little bit more old school. You know what I mean?
And what does that mean, old school?
I guess stick to what I know. Like, I love that alternative medicine. But I figured out a good way, you know what I mean? Because one thing because I've been going like there, fuck it, man. I'm just gonna be honest. I've been going to therapy since I was fucking 27. I'm 36 now. I got out in 2014, medically discharged, right? And I was hoping, like most veterans get out, you thinking, man, all right, I get like 50, 60%, whatever, like that from the VA disability. And that's just enough to cover like rent and shit, keep a roof over the family's head. And you out here, like I want to be out here banging in the corporate office like everyone else. Like I want to be a banker, you know what I mean? Bro, I don't know what people really understand when you 27 years old and you get that letter from the VA, you 100% combat PTSD. Basically, hey, bro, sit on the sidelines. We got it from here. That shit zap your fucking motivation because you like the whole time, right? You're out thinking, okay, yo, I can transition. I can fucking pull this off. No, bro. VA said you really fucking busted. Like, that's the kind of shit that makes me and guys like us want to do the hypnosis, but unfortunately, Conscious makes us try that fentanyl shit and the cocaine and the meth and the hard shit because we trying to chase away the demons. You know what I mean? And it's like the only reason, thankfully, like when I got out the military, I was on 6 different medications. Now I'm down to 4 or like 3 and but like weed keeps me like a functioning because I gotta be like, I got a 15 and 13-year-old daughter. I gotta be able to move on the spot if some shit go down. You know what I mean? Like if there's an emergency, I gotta be able to move. I can't do that if I'm drunk. I can't do that with alcohol. I'm more of a danger than anyone else is. And whatever it is I'm trying to get to, you get what I mean? And so one thing therapy helped me with is they were straight up honest with me. They was like, Reggie, you are going to deal with this chronic PTSD from the rest of your life. However, here are the barriers you can use. Or man, here are the tools you can use to get around these barriers. You can still be functional, or at least the best version of that. That took commitment. You know what I mean? Like I actually had to do the fucking work. I actually had to go to therapy because a lot of us are too proud to admit that we need help. Especially as black men, let's be clear, man, we get shunned for that shit. Like I stand with my black men for sure. When I say, like, when women say they want us to be more emotional, what the fuck do you mean? What do you really mean by that? Like, do you really want to know the kind of shit we go through? Like, I got lucky because I had a support system, Conscious. I got a wife who's fucking down. And because I'm open and honest with my kids, they know I burn. And guess what? They never want to try because they just happy I'm here. You know what I mean? Think about how many of my battle buddies ain't get that support system. They out here solo dolo. That's why 22 veterans commit suicide. They off themselves per day. You know what I mean? So, like, I've been down so many different rabbit holes trying to figure out how to fix myself. You know what I mean? I would try it, but thankfully, what I mean by that is, like, I found something that works, and I'm a big, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. You know what I mean?
I would encourage you. I want to thank you for your service as well, and I want to encourage you to definitely employ hypnosis, because you can be. I mean, like, what do you think about the possibility of being, like, potentially actually free, like not having to live alongside, not having to manage, but to be free?
I'm open to try it. Like, I'm open to it if the opportunity presents itself. You know what I mean?
If I send you some stuff, then you will genuinely take a look into.
I will genuinely consider it.
Okay.
I give you my word on that. I would genuinely consider it.
Nice.
But just in general, like, you know, I found a method, a routine. Yeah. Like, guys are really, you know us, we big on routine. You know what I mean? And, like, but that yo, I had to be honest, I had to take these meds. You know, that's why I tell people, like, yo, I don't say this for like a thank you for your service kind of thing. I don't like that, man. I say it because I want people to understand, like, this is the potential bullshit you got to go through, or
this is exactly why, and this is exactly why you're thanked.
Yeah, and it's like, but it's not all bad, because at the end of the day, Conscious, I gotta be honest. If I'm at this point now, but then I see my girls and where my wife is, I make the same fucking decisions. I just got to come to terms with that. You know what I mean?
No, that's why people. That's why we thank our servicemen, because y'all put y'all lives on the line, and then as a result, it's the price y'all pay.
Yeah,
for protecting the country and protecting everybody else. So it's well earned.
Tyrus, were you diagnosed with complex PTSD?
Chronic PTSD, major depression, a couple other ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And who would know? Because you're a ball of light. A ball of fucking fun.
It's the marijuana.
No. I'll go ahead, IG.
Oh no! I just, because, you know, a lot of times, you know, I know with people with chronic, it's what more complex, especially, it's several events. You know, it's not just one thing. It's not just one particular traumatic experience. It's several.
Compounded.
It's compounded. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then some people with chronic, they can have it where it's something very one traumatic happening, but you still go back to that one time. It's just as, you know, like, one is not worse than the other. It's just, you know, that one is just as bad because it's such a outliner from what an experience was. It's such a pivotal point. Like, for me, I had to get over a form of PTSD that I have with waking up sometimes and seeing my, you know, because Hurricane Katrina happened and forced me to remove. So in my early teenager years, I would wake up and I would still, because I was 21, and I would think I was in my old room. and it would take me a minute to snap out of the fact that, well, wait, you're not there. You see what I'm saying? And then, or when I would be walking, I would have to remind myself to not cross over certain canals because I'd have a moment where a street will look familiar and I would think, oh yeah, I can cut across this little walkway to canal. And then when I get down there, there's no way for me to cross without getting into water. Because for a moment there, my mind would click and it would put me back as if I was really fucking there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I had a form of kind of chronic, like just because it was one particular thing that happened during Katrina that kind of made me snap back to like a memory. So, it wasn't really as bad, but for like months, like the first few months of me being, in Texas, coming here from Katrina evacuation, I would have those moments where my mind would click and it would be such a freaky thing because when I snap back, I'm like, bitch, why did I walk over here? Why did I even walk
Thank
over
you, Shauna, and good night, boo. Yeah. So what do y'all think PTSD is? Do y'all think is it a software corruption? Like would y'all consider it a glitch in the cells? Like, what would y'all describe it as? Is it like a permanent scar across the consciousness? Is it repairable as far as y'all are concerned?
Repairable in what sense?
Like, even in the sense of hypnosis, like something that can be completely like that you can like restore that damage.
Mines have been, like I said, because our traumatic experiences are obviously different. Me and Cyrus do not have. Mines have. Oh God. Mines have cured. Time has cured mine because when Katrina hit, I was 2 weeks before I turned 20. So now it's been 18 years. So there was this feeling of not just being disconnected from material things, my whole community, my whole entire life, my whole entire way of life, my whole entire culture paradigm has instantly shift, like instantaneously shift, turned upside down in such a way. I'm being called a fucking refugee in the country of my birth. Shit like that. It's that feeling of not feeling that, like being disconnected from that. And sometimes for some people, time can help heal wounds because, well, now that I've lived here so long, just this many years, I don't have that void anymore. The first 10 years of not feeling like I had the tribe, the family, the sense of community that I was anchored in and lost. So the more that built, the more that the disconnect of trying to go back or being triggered. I can see when I turn down this street now, because it's funny because I called the friend, I said, hey, bitch, I'm on a certain street. I'm on WHYTE in East Houston, and it feels nostalgic. And I was happy to say that it feels nostalgic to be here in San Antonio, not because I'm reliving nostalgia in New Orleans. So time was able to correct the corruptible software. There was an update of life experience to not to delete and replace the data because that's part of the software, that's part of the antiquity, but there has been an upgrade, there's been an update for space, so where I'm not running off of that for my backup space and memory and storage.
Yeah, the kind of PTSD that IG and I experience is like location / environment based. So, like, for example, I don't need to go back to Iraq in order to fucking find myself. You get what I mean? Like, that's not gonna fucking do anything.
Yeah.
Like, IG doesn't need to go back to relive the event in order to heal from it. It just, right? It's just accepting a software update. Now, unfortunately, there's the kind of PTSD where you don't get that luxury whatsoever. Like, one of the things we get is like this pamphlet, right? Conscious, and is asking you like all these, I guess, like standard like questionnaires or whatever about PTSD.
Yeah.
And you circling this shit, and then but one of these questions hit me because of what they do with the PTSD. Even if it's combat related, they put you in with other PTSD, like unfortunately the women that get sexually assaulted and or worse. And one of the questions that I saw on the questionnaire that completely fucked me up was, did you feel like you lost agency over your own body? What the fuck? I never experienced that. That never crossed my mind. Like, even with the symptoms I got conscious, I'm like, man, I fucking joined the army for this hoorah shit. You know what I mean? Like we want to be badasses. Whether you think it's right or not, that's how boys think. You know what I mean? That's how men begin down. That kind of question never crossed my mind, bro. You don't ask for that. Like, how the fuck do you, like, how do you keep it going after something like that, where you really feel like you lost control over your autonomy? That's crazy. That's like, that sucks, man.
I mean, it kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier, Travis, about when we were getting into the discussion about the near-death experiences. Sometimes, especially when it comes to the military, they do strip you of all of that until you can get into the routine of obeying orders without question. And in that way, although you do have some agency with regard to what to do and the weapons and all that good shit, you're not as able to control the flow of the battlefield as much because so much shit is happening to you all at once. So what fucks me up when it comes to PTSD is, especially in the form of combat experience, not that I've ever had one, but I do have a cousin who is in the army. And she doesn't, I don't think she has PTSD, but I think she has a form of it. And so when she comes back, it's more like, it's like the bubbly person that she was when we was growing up, she ain't that no more. So it's like I'm having to see oh my God, like what is happening? And she would never talk about it. Ever. So this is my question to both you and IG, which is, if time can heal that experience, can you also get stuck while you are in the process of a software upgrade?
Yeah, I mean, that's hell. I'd argue that's part of the process.
Also, I would say that yes, but then you also could run the risk of still experiencing complex PTSD, meaning compounded issues. So it's like, okay, while you're in the process of recovering from one, it's like the ladder, right? You climb up and there's always going to be some resistance and restrictions as you climb. So I think that while you're in the process, there are sometimes things that are collected along the way. And I think that it took, like Taru said, a lot of effort to get to a certain point to even where I'm at now. Like there's a lot of trauma that like I had to really unpack and abandonment issues. Like I said, not because of family. No, when people have that whole, oh, you're 19. When I hear people say, oh, you're 19, you're 20, you're just a baby, it's hilarious to me. I am so disconnected from that. Because when Hurricane Katrina hit and I had to take care of my 79-year-old daddy at the time by myself in a city and state with no help, I'm talking about no family help. So I didn't have time to deal with. I didn't realize that was PTSD when I was waking up in my this apartment and thinking I'm in my room. I didn't have time to grieve of the way that I was articulating now what I lost. I can feel it. I can go through. I went through the emotionalism, but I just didn't have time. I had to act. My battlefield was like that. I had to now make grown decisions. I couldn't just live a 19, 20-year-old carefree young adult life. No, I have to take care of an elderly person and make decisions for us as we navigate. So I had to spring up and use all, all every bit of intellectualism, every sense, every intuition, everything to make very hard steps for someone who did not have the life experience to do so. Right? So that when for me there were things when it started to hit me, especially after when I buried my father, that's when it really hit me because I'm I'm seeing the time, I'm seeing certain decisions that went by, and I was like, and that's when it really started to really hit me, and I realized that, oh my God, I was experiencing PTSD. I do have a trigger abandonment. I do have a problem to where, I'm detached from, I'm unnaturally detached from structures and places because I feel that a natural disaster or anything could just come and happen and literally sweep me off of my feet. To where I had that detachment for years because of that experience.
Because you slow down, and that's when the PTSD punches you in the face because you forgot you was running away from the train wreck.
Y'all know my story, so I'm not gonna repeat it. But I definitely have had in the last couple of years or so. I've definitely have had some form of PTSD with my own trauma because I guess when you're dealing with family members, I guess it's different from combat experience and in
Your
Hurricane
experience is real.
Katrina.
Don't try to. It's your real experience. So I'll get it.
So,
but I'm about to jump off here, fellas. I've enjoyed myself. The indica is indicating, and I'm gonna go ahead and have these beautiful dreams. Sometimes too, I don't know about y'all, but do you ever have that sleep where you don't dream of anything and time and space is like you're not in time or in space, bitch?
Annihilism.
I said, if this is oblivion, bitch, I'll visit her every now and then.
That part.
I want that oblivion sleep, bitch. That oblivion rest. I know I'm gonna have some good oblivion.
I get quality gone.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm outside.
Like Apocalypse, like he said in X-Men, I bring you the purity of oblivion.
That part.
I love y'all. Y'all have a good
love
night.
you too, and thank you for sharing, love. That was our IGO. Wow. Yeah, I think a lot of people have, especially a lot of minority people, we have dealt with all types of things in our life. But probably most of us probably suffer from some form of PTSD and don't even realize it because that's just how normal it is to live in an active state of chaos and dysfunction. Like most of our nervous systems are probably disrupted and we don't even know it, which is probably reflected in our behavior and the condition of our lives, our relationships, our finances, our family dynamics, etc. That it shows up, but nobody has language for it. We see the behavior, we experience the result of the behavior, but don't even really know where which it really comes from. I experience at least what I know to be a form of PTSD when I underwent a breakup. That's actually what led to my ayahuasca experience.
Shit.
Yeah, so I couldn't feel, which I thought you would think would actually be heaven, but it actually was pure hell to not even be able to feel bad. Like I just didn't feel anything. And it was so animalistic in nature that I felt like if my brain kept telling me that, I mean, this was equivalent to death. So then I might as well just die. I might as well just not be here. I might as well just take myself out because I it's like not having any taste buds. What's the point of eating? Like, so I had told myself that, you know, this ayahuasca was the last thing I felt like I could do to jolt myself back into something, into feeling something. And I was adamant I was against that because I'm just not big on psychedelics and drugs, and they actually really scare me. And I was just worried about what that experience what would come about of that experience. But yeah, that's what drove me to my ayahuasca. Is I just could not.
Speaking of your little road, we'll call them road trips. Did any of your road trips reveal to you the purpose of humanity in the future?
Not the purpose, but in my edible experience, God told me what was wrong with fucking humanity, and that was the fact that we don't we are a people who are suffering from a lack of experiencing transformative love.
Enlighten me.
Most people have experienced a diluted form of love. We've experienced like a egotistical love, a conditional love. You know, on the subconscious level, we know that our parents love us conditionally. We know that they have rules and expectations, and if we don't meet them, that love will be taken away from us. We know that the systems we participate in subconsciously, whether it be school, church, organization, or even being on a job, is all conditional. That it's just based upon assimilating in order to navigate and to receive. So we know that we live in a purely transactional construct, which is actually corroding at our self-esteem as humans, and it's also created like this inverse of what we call love as a counterfeit. And God showed me that all human suffering is connected to this improper, erroneous version of love. That whether it's the bulimia, whether it's the anorexia, whether it's the self-mutilation, whether it's whatever destructive practices that we have, is because like we're in a state of chaos and self-sabotage as a result of not having experienced what true love is. Like you cannot replicate something that you haven't experienced. Like you don't even have a reference for what that love is. And what's funny about us talking about PTSD, right, is that we're talking about negative experiences that are so transformative in nature that they can haunt our lives. Now, the question would be, where is the equivalent of the opposite of those type of experiences? When was the last time that you... And it's funny because I was asking my friend this a few months ago. I said, it's so... You don't even have to try in order to run into a fucked up transformative experience. Like, you can just be skipping down a road and get snatched off into an alley, or get beat the hell out of and get robbed and cut and slashed and shot up and whatever the case may be, and be left with permanent injuries and just have your whole fucking life transformed overnight.
Yep.
But when was the last time you had a transformative positive experience? And why aren't those experiences more available to us than the negative transformative experiences are? Like, if you needed right now, if you was just hopeless, didn't want to do this no more, just fed up, wanted to throw in the towel, most of us don't even have a single person or a single place to identify in terms of where we would go to where we knew or expected to be truly restored. That ain't really the church. That ain't really a friend available. That ain't really a family member. Like, most of us wouldn't even know, like, if we needed to truly be, like, electrocuted back into wellness. Like, where would that electricity come from? Where would we plug into? Who would offer that to us? What would offer that to us? But you know how to go. But you know how to go fuck yourself up, though. You do know how to go make shit worse for yourself. But what is the resource that you can depend on that can bring you back to life and animation? And I remember so many, like, as an introvert and somebody who's oftentimes the strong friend and the strong relative and the strong everything, that oftentimes when I'm needing a restoration, I just roll through my index of context, and there's not anywhere I really have to go. There's not anything that has offered itself to me that could be that for me. And so a lot of times I just end up turning maybe to the only place that I meant to turn to, which is to that spiritual space, to that inward space. But I also think that it's a shame that there's not a physical, I'm not going to say a physical equivalent, but there's not a physical representation of that.
Yeah, it's crazy that you put it like that, because it's tied to, you want that transformative experience. Those are always the hardest to have, and it almost has to be, you almost have to plan out that transformative experience. Like, you almost have to know what it is and then work toward it. Whereas the negative transformative experience will hit you as soon as you walk out the fucking door.
You're like lightning striking.
As a matter of fact, you might not even make it out the bathtub, because there's a couple hundred people that die every year from a slip and fall in the tub. It could get you just like that.
Just imagine, like, getting your day started and just planning a normal day, and then you end up in an accident that leaves you, like, permanently injured. I mean, it's like, that's the way life change. Like, people's lives change for the worse every day. Now, the pendulum does swing. It also changes for the better. But as Tarus is saying, it just seems though that it's just that the negative transformative things seem to be a little bit more fluid and available, and just like stacked up in the overflow, like But them positive experiences are on the back order. Like
them negative experiences, man, you could stack them like draw twos and draw fours, man. Oof, they could get ugly real fast.
Look at how.
Okay, so I will say this: there is, I believe, a physical manifestation of the transformative love that you're talking about. It's just that we don't know how to speak it out. And when I went on my retreat last month in December, I was one with nature. I was surrounded by the mountain. Actually, I was on the freaking mountain. And it just recentered me. It recentered my focus, and it just made me feel like, okay. It made me understand that, like, okay, I'm not alone. I can do this. I can breathe now because I have escaped pretty much all of my worries, all of my troubles, all of that. And I just sat in the moment. And that, for me, was a manifestation of a transformative love because I didn't have to stress. There was no worry. There was nobody to pick me up and then slam me down on the motherfucking street or rob me or anything like that. It was just me and nature. And when I would close my eyes and listen to the whispers of the wind and listen and the sun would shine, there was something that's beautiful about being spiritually centered with nobody there to hunt you, with nobody there with the responsibility, with nobody there to tell you what you can and cannot do. It's just a beautiful experience. And that retreat really gave me what I needed to kind of get back out there and to really rejuvenate myself. But for that first couple of days, it was just me and nature and if you want to call it God.
I think that we don't have enough transformative experiences to know how to even crawl back to that ourselves. I think it's so easy to identify with negative experiences because they're just so fluid and we don't even really have an opportunity to really recover because there's always something taking away our self-esteem, something that is telling us we're not enough, that we need to do better, that we can have more, that there's all these psychological attacks on us from family to the culture, etc. So carving out a space in this like very transactional capitalistic ass system where you just get to be of value because you are, not necessarily because of what you bring to the table, not because of necessarily what you can do, what type of cartwheel you can do, can you cartwheel at all, but like there's not really a space in it. It's actually kind of odd that we expect people to actually be healthy while being molded into product and a commodity, and yet we are shocked when we see 70% of people marriages ended in divorce, and we see
Wait, has that number increased, the divorce rate?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it's
it ticked up a little bit from the 50.
Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, from it shot all the way up to 70, and then I think it came back down a little bit, and now it's
back up again.
What's
I don't know if it's back up again, but I know that relationships in general are like, to even get to a relationship is a struggle at this point that even leads to marriage. But we're just seeing like a lot of bullshit in all of the data. Even when I think about, because I had to analyze my own, like when I was younger and shit, and just like I like in terms of like why is it so hard to keep your fucking self-esteem together? But it's because like you living in a transactional society is so second nature to you, you don't even realize that's what you're living in until you just experience until you hit the climax, until you hit the extremity of it, and then you're like, wait a minute, bitch, like I wouldn't even know what self-love looked like because I've never even had time to cultivate a self, first of all, that I could love. I've had to be a self that everybody else could love. And then after realizing that, and then having a brave of heart to go on self-discovery was terrifying and also can be traumatizing because nobody teaches you that as a result of you standing up for yourself and becoming yourself, that you're going to probably lose the world that you were accustomed to because that world was carved out of the assimilation you were willing to offer to everybody else to stay in their world and to be a recipient of the love they had available to you. And so it's just a very interesting journey of the whole curtain coming down and back up again, and there's all of this shit that you just weren't educated about and weren't taught how to do, and sometimes life just brings you to the realizations and you just follow the yellow brick road, faith, and you walk by faith and not by sight. But man, this system is like terroristic, and I understand why why the minority of people are like, why healthy people are a minority, because once again, these are not life skills that you are given. These are not things that you were taught to expect or know how to do. These are not resources you have available to you. And I mean, may God bless those who find themselves at the precipice of these rites of passages of life and are trying to literally claim agency and autonomy and trying to carve out themselves and who they are and find the wherewithal to make that everything that it needs to be, and to learn how to live with themselves and to love who they're living alongside as themselves. And just all of that work, like just all of that fucking work, all of that work, like the end result of even me, CTV, is the end product of the cross. Like the cross over and over and over, like the things I've had to go through to be confident enough to be who I am and to love who I am in a world that's in a constant state of rejecting that is in fucking insane. And I have respect for anybody who has the audacity to attempt to do that. And I'm not surprised when people don't make it out of that alive. Because
I agree.
Yeah, like I think it's a shame that I think the whole system is deplorable and just a shame, and it's just a pure fucking scam, and it's just sad that people are bound to the matrix. But I understand, because in a sense, like, it seems easier to just live alongside the devil, you know, versus taking a chance on the God you believe. Just sticking to the devils and the demons that you know. Just sticking to what works. Sticking to what's familiar. Even if what's familiar is killing you. It's destroying you. But it's better than the unknown for a lot of people.
Let's say you were a godlike architect and you were capable of erasing the transactional system and replacing it with more of a system that you think would be better. What aspects of yours would avoid that transactional, I don't know, certain criteria that happens in society?
And to kind of to add on more on top of that, and to also keeping in mind the free will that a lot of people now have. So without violating that, what would you do?
Well, no, violate the shit out of that. We free storming right now. Come on, man. Don't put limits on that. Let's go.
No, I like, because my thing is this: humans are built on the illusion that everything that they do is based on choice. I happen to believe that humans humans don't have any fucking choice. They're just going along to get along within this transactional system. It's the same thing with religion. They don't really, the choice to leave the religion is fucking scary. Because where would you go after that?
At what point do you get too real to enjoy the beauty in life? Like, at what point are we just going to ignore the inspirational aspects, the desire aspects, what makes us conscious, aware, human?
Some of us can't, which is why we have no choice but to break through, and we're willing to take all the chances. We're willing to be hated for it. We're willing to be rejected for it. We're willing to be ostracized and singled out and be deemed as misfits for it, because it becomes unbearable. We can't deny it anymore. We can't pretend anymore. We can't withhold anymore. We can't settle anymore. It does become that energetically and psychically unbearable for some of us.
Yeah, it becomes a superpower and also a debilitating disease.
And it's one that's keeping me authentic. Because that desire is that desire is loud as hell. Like, I have to be free, and I'm willing to accept the consequences of freedom. I'm willing to run for the rest of my life, because that's what it means to be free. Like, if that means that I'm in a constant state of running, then running I am.
Now, Conscious, I do have a question about because the transactional system is what it is, but within this particular system, there is ideologies that just run rampant and shit. But there is one particular, I think, dangerous group of people, whether you are a part of the manosphere or whatever thing you want to say. Is that also based upon the transactional relationship, whether you are Francella or whether you are Kevin Samuel?
Okay, reiterate that again.
Yeah, I got lost, bro. Yeah.
Okay, so basically,
simplify that a little more.
Okay, so within the transactional system that you've just talked about, the ideologies are pretty much running rampant here. So my question is, when you operate within the transactional system, there are, especially within the space that we're in on these YouTube streets, there are two extremes, but there is no middle ground. So, for an example, the manosphere, and on the other side of the manosphere is the Priscilla viewpoint. So, is there a middle ground within the transactional system, even though we have these two extreme versions of the two ideologies?
Will, have you ever imagined yourself just you with like no restrictions on what society expects you to operate or look like?
Yes and no. Mainly because there are certain things that I can't change. And I almost in a way have to operate within the system because of the way that I was born. the hard thing for me within this transactional system is that I have to depend on other people.
Whooch. Oh, God bless you, Will.
Godspeed.
And I hate it. I can't pick my own people. I can't challenge my own services. I can't do anything. And if I decide to get married, I would lose my benefit. So I'm trapped. So I envy those that have the freedom to get up, go to their car, and take a drive out into the fucking night. I envy the person that can get up, go to their friend's house, instead of me having to depend on somebody to take me to their friend's house. So there is a lot that I have to put up with, and I don't want to. I live in this system. I want to get out of this system. And the moment that I tried to get out of this system, I was told by the state government that if you leave this system, it's very hard for you to get back in it. And leaving the system would mean no support services, no Medicaid, no caregivers, nothing. So that's why I'm creating. That's why I've created a space where people like me, where people with my disability, is not specifically my disability, but with people with disabilities, parents, guardians, those who are caregivers can come in and actually say, listen, this is a fucking problem. We need to change the system because it's not working. The state of Arkansas actually introduced legislation about 6 or 7 years ago that changed the way Medicaid worked in this system. Not for the better. They didn't ask people with disability what we thought of the system. They asked the people who are already administering the system what they thought. So we don't have a choice. We have to accept whatever they give to us. And for the last 2 years, I have been refusing to accept the rules that I have been made to play by.
So you never imagined yourself as like an evil villain then? I would, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, when I get through with these white men who are making policy players, they gonna wish I was a damn evil villain.
Why don't you become a Bond villain, bro? Start coding and shit.
I oftentimes imagine myself getting activating my wheelchair with an airplane mode to it and just flying up in the fucking sky and then just taking the fuck off.
So you was capping the entire time talking about you can't imagine, you gotta accept the real. Man,
no.
You got
I can
dreams
imagine it, but
that are never gonna happen.
Imagine it, but it's never gonna happen.
You know what I mean? Yes.
I'm just realistic.
Yes.
But maybe that's a part of the problem is a lot of us are being too realistic. Because to be honest, I got here to this point in my life by being ridiculously unrealistic. I do think that on an anecdotal level, there is something to be said about the power of the mind and self-belief and truly detaching oneself from the system's rules and denying ourselves that reality. I know that there are a lot of disabled people who are living incredibly rich lives, who are not bound by the system, who have been determined to not be determined by the system, who have, went and gotten whole wives and husbands and families and have amassed wealth and success in their life. And so I do think that there is a conversation for self-determination. The reality of the corruption of the system will never change. We will always need to improve this fucked up system that in and of itself is definitely like exploitative and injurious.
Conscious, you are so correct. Like, I be trying to tell people, like, yo, I can't have none of this shit on that little VA crap I get monthly. Can't support a family of 4 on this crap. I had to reinvent myself because I was determined, like, okay, I can't be the traditional version of what a man is, productive member of society, conscious. Well, fuck it. What's the new version? What's that look like? Okay, well, ever since I was 20,
the new Terminator X.
Yeah, I was always like, fuck it. Okay, y'all won't let me be an investment banker. I'll be a private investment banker for my family. So I'm just gonna start like throwing all the extra income I got straight to E-Trade. Right? Like I paid for my wife. She got her education. She's a travel nurse now. Just right straight to E-Trade. Like, and I swap my mentality. I'm like, fuck it. Well, guess what? I'm a lion. I'm gonna defend the territory. The lioness go out there and hunt. I'm gonna make sure my queen got her. Like, people don't understand. I got it on the chessboard, conscious, where my queen doesn't have to worry about playing defense.
And for people with disabilities, it's a little bit difficult because I was told by a caregiver, we were looking at job application and it had are you a veteran, are you active in the military, and whatever. And the caregiver looked at me and said the military folks will always get the job first before a person with a disability will get a job. And that blew my fucking mind because I was like, so before I can get a job, they get the job first because they in the military? So now,
I see where this is going. Let's see where this face off.
No. It ain't like that. My big issue with that was I was pissed the fuck off.
As you should, I understand.
I was pissed the motherfucking fuck off. Probably just love stirring up shit.
Okay.
Oh God!
All right, I'm back.
Back from commercial break.
It wasn't the military that pissed me off. It was the system. The system designed this in a way where people with disability can't get a job unless, first of all, they can't get a job no damn way, because if they get a full-time job, Social Security would just cut their check in half.
Because the way that the system looks at it is, if you are well enough to work a full-time job, you ain't disabled.
Exactly.
But I
then
mean,
what
that's
the
like the
fuck do
point
we
of
need you for?
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck do you need all these benefits if you can work full time?
Mm-hmm.
Not considering that a
That
bitch
you're
got
capable of being a forced slave like the rest of them. So what you need benefits for?
you're capable of
exactly
being miserable.
and miserable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's so when they designed the system the way that they designed it, see before the 1960s and 70s, people with disability wasn't even in the vocabulary of civil rights. It wasn't until the 1980s and 90s that we started making some noise about, hey, we deserve to be in this motherfucking civil rights too.
And Kevin said, "I thought if you're disabled, that they'll let you get a ticket to work."
No,
So
not
I'll
always.
explain it on like the military aspect. Kev, it depends on it depends on what your disability is, right? So like for people who are more physically disabled, a lot of times they'll get accepted or preferences because hey, you could do office job or office work, you know what I mean? Like you're gonna be in the chair in the cubicle all day anyway, so it's not a big deal. Where it gets dicey is when you're talking. I won't even bring up the PTSD aspect. I'll just leave that alone. Is some of the other mental disability, depression aspects, because you're talking about like they got like preference points. So depending on your disability rating, you could be like 5 point, 10 point, whatever. There are extra things for the military that regular civilian disability civilians they don't receive, which is definitely a privilege.
That's my point.
Now, are we talking about like people who become disabled as a result of being in the military?
Yeah, so when you serve in the military and then you get a disability, if it's like 10% or higher, it just says like, hey, if you're like a veteran friendly job, considered a vet. It's almost like another form of affirmative action, if you will. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, kind of consider this guy or this girl. You know what I mean?
So let me also draw on the experience of that. There are multiple programs, especially in my state of Arkansas, where we have a disability employment program. Most of these programs are ran by private institutions that we call nonprofit organizations. Their main mission is supposed to help you get and keep a job. But what we oftentimes find is that getting and keeping a job is not so easy, especially when you're dealing with someone that wants to work, maybe wants to have a little bit more money in their pocket, but because of all of the extra conditions, such as the mental faculties and the other side of it, that may not be sustainable. So when you get somebody like me who wants to work, but I have to find out later on that if I do decide to work, Medicaid can check my stuff off, and I also just found out recently that I can make upward to $100,000 if I have a separate account from the main one that I use as far as my banking system goes. So I would have to change all my banking systems, all of my savings accounts, and go and switch into another account that is specifically for me. That's asking for too much.
Why? But what if your economic output says you can easily cover just the normal cost of healthcare, like employee coverage?
Well, see, that's the thing. from the folks that I was able to talk to, they told me that your Medicaid won't change. Your services won't change just because you have entered up to $100,000. And they said that I wouldn't get penalized for making upward towards that much money, so long as they check out my Social Security, make sure that everything is on the up and up. Okay, so I submitted the information to them. They said, okay, well, here's what we're gonna do. We need to get you a job. We need to. So, what are you good at? Da 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 da. And one of the things that the employers were like, well, we don't know where to exactly put you. I'm like, what you mean? Well, you say you are a formal program director. Yes. Well, a program director is a salary position. Duh. Yes. What's your point? Well, Mr. Morris, if we put you in that particular position, we would not be able to support you in your endeavor if you were to get employed here. I said, okay,
Tough, bro.
so it's back
I feel
to
for you.
square fucking one. See, they don't want to admit that they have an internal bias. So, because I am a formal program director as a child, that somehow translate into you ain't good enough for us here. Gotcha. So that's why I say I feel trapped most of the time, because the system tells me, be independent, go out and chase your dreams, but also don't get a job, don't make too much fucking money, stay in your fucking lane, do as we tell you to do and not as we do. And depend on everybody else who we send to your fucking house.
Bro.
I think that even with a corrupted system, we have to or can still choose our convictions. And I think that there's power and anointing in that. I think that there's anointing in transcending the fear of failure and and the courage to confront all of one's fears, because I understand the position of like there's a working system here that gives me leverage, that gives me sustainability, but at the same time it's not all that I want, and it's not the highest version of the life that I envision for myself. And if I go and chase that, that will force me to give up all of the things that I currently depend upon around my livelihood and sustainability. All I can say, William, is that, you know, people do not deserve to have to be in that position at all. We know that the entire system is rigged to keep everybody bound and at a bare minimum baseline of consciousness, and to keep everybody only reaching for the stars but never actually achieving that, in fact. And some people have a more like extreme perception of that because of the predicament that they are in, such as being disabled would probably make you more aware of the system than people who are quote unquote not disabled, but still the same steel cages around everybody. I would not be able to tell you. I don't think an answer can come from outside of yourself, as it relates to being trapped in between a rock and a hard place like that. But what I will do is affirm your courage and tell you to not allow anything to define you but you. And if you truly believe in the life that you know that you could have and believe that you can have, don't let anything stop you from that. And anything you can do to get around the system, to get through the system, or even if you choose to give it fully up, I don't think that you're crazy for that. And I've also seen people be able to walk by faith and not by sight and turn their lives inside out. And that is there for you too. But the system does need massive reforming.
It goes back to what you were saying earlier. It's very much a transactional system. It's not a system that is built to be fair. It's not a system that's built on equality. It's not even a system that's built on sharing the profits, if ever. It's built upon keeping everybody in their lane while the most powerful and the wealthiest take all of the money and run out the back door. And while the rest of us are jumping out the goddamn window, trying to figure out what the hell we doing, they are out. They have already won the battle in the war.
Man, fuck that. No, they haven't, bro. Just because they said I'm gonna be on the sideline, nah, dog. I'm gonna make it a point. I'm gonna figure it out, dog. Like I'm a dude. You could put me in Mongolia, bro. I'm gonna fucking figure that shit out, son. Like, bro, I put every dime. I had to reinvent myself, bro. I didn't want to be at the house, but guess what? When life gives you lemon, make lemonade, dog. You gotta fucking adapt and evolve. That's survival of the fittest, bro. That's how apex predators operate. Like, bro, just because they said I'm done, nah, fuck that, dude. I'm 36 years old. I'll be done when I say I'm done. You know what I mean? Like, nah, bro, I still pay my taxes. I still vote for school levies when it's time to vote. I still pay my sales taxes. I still do all that shit. Right? I don't get a refund check, bro. I owe the IRS taxes every year because I'm proud to say I'm a productive member of society. So yeah, bro, it took me a couple years to get that mentality, but nah, dog, they ain't gonna tell me I'm done. Fuck that.
That's the other thing about. Can you put that comment back up there, Conscious, for me, please?
No, hold on.
So here's the other thing that you mentioned, Tyrus, was you pay your taxes. You owe the IRS some money because you making pretty much too much money.
Little gains, baby. Let's go.
So what I find funny is I don't pay taxes. I'm exempt from paying taxes. I don't work. I have a check that I get every single month. And even though my job is the committee, is the people that I'm surrounded by, I don't have, it's not an actual living wage job. It's a volunteer position.
So become a young villain, bro. Become a Bond villain, bro. You just Find a way, man.
So
Make them pay. I mean, you got a laptop and a mic, right? Let them have it.
I actually have a desktop, 2 dual monitors, and a whole fucking printer and floor lamp and the whole damn thing. So yeah.
Oh well, shit. You good?
Yeah, you can actually thank my mom, my white mama. I guess the reason why I'm bringing this up is because this is the reality that people with disabilities really do have an uphill battle to face. And I have assembled the Avengers. There's only 6 of us motherfuckers that are up in this damn committee, but it's gonna get ready to go. We have our meeting next month. And we're gonna be talking about the things that the things that the things that the things. We're gonna be talking about housing affordability. We're gonna be talking about job opportunity. We're gonna be talking about government policies with regards to how Medicaid is being transformed. We are going to be talking about a whole lot, because I'm sick of us being left out of the conversation. Because people need to realize we ain't, we're not, people with disability are not a monolith. We all don't have the same needs. We all don't share the same views. We all don't have the same disability. And as much as we have to protest and go out and tell the government what you ain't gonna do, they don't give a damn. Who are these people with disability? What the fuck they gonna do? We the lawmakers up in this bitch. So that's why if you see me in the middle of a damn committee at Congress, pay me my money. Give me back all of the shit that was taken from me. You ain't got to give me back my grandma. She's long and gone. But you gonna give me back my money. I get so sick and tired of people that think that because they're caregivers, you make too much money. The fucking caregivers, it's a thankless job. They get paid to care for people, and you want to back out their fucking paycheck. So you ain't got no problem coming after poor folks who got a little bit of money, but you turn the eye when it's somebody at the very top. They got all the money, got all the resources, got all the things that the things that the things. Okay. When was the last time you saw a person with a disability working at fucking Walmart, Target, or even Facebook, Apple?
Facebook.
Wait.
What?
At the corporate level. I'm not talking at the manager level. I'm not talking at the look. I'm talking at the corporate level. Do you realize if these companies weren't such bad, weren't bad at their fucking job, everybody would be getting jobs. But what I've learned is we are only as good for when they need us to be. We get used up when they need us to be used up. When I was a child, the president of the president of the facility and the organization that I came out of had me going to this corporation, to that corporation, to this motherfucking organization, all the way across the state to over fucking here.
giving speeches about what these programs are doing for people with disabilities. You asking me to go all the way the fuck around, but you ain't giving me my goddamn check.
I mean, hey, bro, you about that life or not?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So,
are you gonna build that wheelchair with the rocket launchers or not, dog?
You best believe it.
Go get to coding, bro. You could do that right now. Right? Like, bro, I might be mentally unstable, but I'm still mentally unstable him. You know what I mean? Just, got a couple barriers I gotta work through. It's all good. Same with you, man. But you're functional. Let's go. Become that villain, bro. Show them what happens when they underestimate you.
When I have assembled the
What happens
Avengers,
is we take over fucking Gotham.
Let's go.
The anti-heroes take over fucking Gotham.
Go down
And really make them pay. Facts.
Man, I gotta go to bed, man. Y'all.
I gotta get the fuck up out of here as well.
Me too, cause I'm tired, child.
I gotta shower. I've been sitting here with y'all for fucking more than that, because there was a part 1 of this live, so I've been sitting here for like fucking 8 hours with y'all. Gotta fucking shower, get my stuff together, but this was a conversation we're gonna definitely continue to have. This was really amazing, though. I really enjoyed this unfolding. William,
that is my next question, Conscious.
Go for yours. Continue to do what you have to do to get change in the system, and continue to let us know what we can do to help the system get change, and also like find your way out.
I have got to get my way out.
Or find your way to your promised land as well. Like, don't take your promised land off the radar just because.
So this was my next question. We can talk offline about this, but I wanted to get this question out there real quick to you. Could we do a topic with just all three of us, with myself, you, Tarus, where we just actually talk about the disability, visibility, and the invisibility of disability individuals, both on the military front and the civilian front?
I mean, I'm always down.
Okay.
I'm always down for the conversation.
Let me know.
Right. Let me get the fuck up out of here, child.
Tell them folks where they can find you at. William already gone. It's William Morris, y'all, over on YouTube. Tyrus the Warlock. What does that red psychologically do for you? Like, they say that red psychologically escalates urgency.
Red's my favorite color.
Whoa, I'm not. Why am I not surprised?
Yo, do you have me on Facebook?
No.
Oh man, you ain't see. I mean, you ain't seen my photo albums from like my deployments. Like my second deployment.
I saw something on your Instagram. I think I saw some pictures you had. Yeah, you have to send me the link to your Facebook.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, on freaking in the back of the MRAPs, because the second deployment we was convoy security and I was a gunner. In the back of the MRAPs, the lights were red and it was like a low red, so you could still see and everything. But you know what I mean, like.
Is that where it came from? Is that where the love of that?
Well, I've always loved red ever since I saw this red Dodge Viper when I was a little kid. and I don't know. And then, but sometimes I got shamed for loving red. Like sometimes people will be like, "Oh, you're such a Leo." Like, what the fuck's that mean? I like red.
It means you're a
It's in
Leo.
August. Like, so
It means that it is in your astrological DNA.
That don't make no damn sense.
In your metaphysical makeup. Can't even escape it if you wanted to. This bleeds out of you. Second nature to you. Nice. Well, go and take your ass to bed. Get some fucking sleep. I will hit your ass later. We will schedule another rendezvous with William. Maybe I'll bring up a lot of people like who impacted. If you know some like some people who also are impacted by this disability dynamic in the system, like let me know. I might can make a thing out of it. I got some relatives who are on disability as well. I got some relatives.
It was really fun kicking it with you all day.
Oh fuck yeah!
You know what I mean? This was
fun. Look, you know what's so funny, Tarus? Every now and again, I come across a straighty that I feel like I can make a real friendship out of. I think the last one of those was Knockout Media, and now I feel like we are on the like pathway of developing like a real friendship. Yeah,
I'm honored.
That shit, I'm equally honored. Shit, I think it's dope as hell. Every now and again, social media does something real magical. So yeah, I ain't mad at it. So
absolutely.
Yeah, no,
well, we have a good morning, Conscious.
All right, good morning to you. That is our Consciouztv Warlock, you guys. This was riveting. Shout out to all the Conscious crew, girl. You know, I ain't gave y'all like a long live in a minute. So I hope for all of my third shift babies that y'all was able to just work through, have something to play in the background, get you through. It's a lot going on in the world as always. I appreciate all of y'all, and yeah, we got a full week ahead of us, so I will see y'all later. Make sure you guys thumbs up, share, tell a friend of a friend of a friend, and on that note, I'm out. Bye.